I think
Testing, test. Is it just me? Can you hear me now?
you're working.
All right. All right. It works. Apologize for the technical difficulties and thank you for your patience as we reconvene into open session at 6:43. Um, Before we move on to roll call of our cabinet, I do want to inform the public um, that board member Contreras is participating in the meeting remotely from a teleconference location as posted on tonight's agenda. Board member Contreras has represented to staff that he timely posted the agenda at the location. And board member Perez is participating in the meeting remotely as a reasonable accommodation consistent with state and federal disability rights laws, as authorized by SB 707 and Government Code Section 54953. At this time, we'd like to do a roll call of members of the Administrative Cabinet. Superintendent?
Okay, we have Mark Matthews, Dean Cochran,
Present.
Jasmine Chavez Diaz,
Present.
and Isela Castañon.
Thank you, Superintendent. Moving on to 5B, Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight we have the honor of having a Valencia Academy student who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Annette Sevillano, ASB Advisor, on behalf of Dr. Lara, Principal, will introduce the student.
Board member, Interim Superintendent, Mrs. Doris Solano, our Administrative Cabinet,
And community members. I am Annette Sevillano, fifth grade teacher and student council advisor at Valencia Academy of the Arts. On behalf of my principal, Dr. Tarcio Lara, I am honored to introduce one of our students, Vita Placencia. Vita was selected to represent Valencia because she is very active in many of our school's programs and activities, all while maintaining her good grades, and she is a great Bolts role model. I now present you Vita Placencia.
Good evening. I am Vida Placencia, a fifth grader at Valencia Academy of the Arts. I am honored to be leading you today in the flag salute. But first, I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself and my wonderful school. Valencia offers many activities. For example, I have been part of ASB with Miss Sevillano since third grade, and I am currently in Folclórico Marachi, and I am the president of REACH. Last year, I was currently part of Girls Who Code. Valencia also has caring and supportive teachers who help us learn and succeed, along with our amazing principal, Dr. Lara, who is funny, welcoming, and provides us students with classes like art, music, dance, and theater. Thank you. Please stand for the flag salute. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, our one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Vida. We'd like for you to come up and we have a certificate to present to you. And if you can come up with your parents, if they're here, to take a picture, that would be fantastic. And job well done, Vida. Let's give her. Go ahead and take a picture with your parents and then we'll go around and take a picture with her. Okay. Thank you very much, Vida and family. Moving on to item 6A, adoption of the agenda. Approve the agenda for the regular Board of Education meeting of February 17th, 2026. Superintendent Delgado, are there any items we need to pull?
Yes. Yes, thank you. We are tabling items F9 and F10. And Mr. Matthews?
17F1 1A is pulled. 17F1 3A, change the effective date to 2/20/26. And lastly, item 17F4 2A, change the effective date to 2/19/26. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Anything else, Superintendent? Okay, may I get a motion to approve the agenda with the amendments?
I move the agenda as amended.
Thank you.
Second.
Second. To do a roll call vote, Trustee Contreras,
Yes.
Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
Yes, but I just want them to know that.
thank you. Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
and myself, yes, motion passes. There's a disclosure, yeah. Item 7, reports of actions taken in closed session. Do we have anything to report out?
We convened into closed session with closed session discussions commencing at 5:37 p.m. The following persons were present: President Hector Lafarga Jr., Vice President Esther Mejia, Clerk Christine Saavedra, members John Contreras and Arlene Perez participated remotely. Ms. Copado, Mr. Matthews, Mr. Cochran, and myself. As to item A, was no discussion. As to item B, members of the board were provided with a briefing and update. No reportable final action was taken. As to item C, members of the board were provided with briefings and updates. Direction was provided to staff with no reportable final actions taken. As to item D, there was no discussion. And as to item E, members of the board were provided with a briefing and update. Direction was provided to staff with no reportable final action. As to item F, there was no discussion. Closed session discussions concluded at 6:39 p.m.
Thank you, Superintendent Delgado. Moving on to item 8, student reports. Tonight we actually have someone joining us, and instead of our regular representative from El Rancho High School, we have ASB Vice President Celeste Gutierrez, 12th grade. Celeste, welcome, and thank you for joining us and representing.
Hello. Good evening, members of the board, cabinet, and ERUSD community. My name is Celeste Gutierrez, and I am the ASB Vice President of El Rancho High School for the 2025-2026 school year. I hope everyone is having a great start to the school year in 2026. I am proud to report on January 13, Winter Bell nominations began and ended on the 16th. Winter Bell voting started the same day. Winter Bell was held on January 21st at 7 p.m. during the varsity basketball game. Congratulations to everyone on the court and to Emily Duarte, your 2026 Winter Bell Queen, and Ihio Carter, your 2026 Winter Bell King. El Rancho had the honor of welcoming the Los Angeles Dodgers on Friday, January 30th. The cruise show from Row 92.3 hosted the assembly, and both student and player players participated in the game and cheers. We were also extremely grateful for the donations the ERHS student body received on their behalf. On Thursday, February 5th, we had our annual Rising Dawn Night in the auxiliary gym from 5 to 7 p.m. Our ERHS community had the opportunity to see firsthand all the amazing things we do at the ranch. School departments, clubs, and sports all showcased their programs. We had a great turnout and would like to thank the entire community for your support. Valencia Academy of the Arts ASB stopped by on Wednesday, February 11th and participated in our ERHS ASB meeting. We had a lot of fun hosting and collaborating with the boats. Thank you for your help and suggestions. We hope all our winter sports athletes enjoy a wonderful season. We want to wish all spring sports and athletes the best of luck in their upcoming season. Go Dons. Thank you for your time and have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you, Celeste. Way to represent. Appreciate it. Now we have our ASB spokesperson from Salazar High School, Natalie Diaz.
Good evening, members of the Boards of Education, District Administration, teachers, district staff, and community members. I would like to share a few events that are happening on our campus. On January 20th, Salazar students began taking classes for Rio Hondo College that takes place on our campus. Students are enrolled in Counseling 151, Career Exploration, and Life Planning with Professor Mr. Miles. Students are working on earning college credits. On February 3rd, Salazar students met for their monthly follow-up meeting for the peer mediation group. Students practice their communication and active listening skills as a team. They will hold another meeting next month. On February 4th, our Salazar students joined El Rancho students for the Superintendent Student Advisory Meeting. Students were able to learn about various resources that the district provides the students. We were also able to voice our concerns and give our suggestions regarding the schools. Safe dates. An evidence-based program started this month on our campus. The curriculum helps teens learn about caring, supportive relationships, and what to look for. It helps students focus on healthy relationship skills. Last week was Valentine's Spirit Week at Salazar, sponsored by the ASB students. We had a twin day dressing in red or pink and expressing our love for coziness by dressing in our pajamas. It was a fun time on our campus. Our prep program also sponsored a bracelet and card making event for us during our Spirit Week. We thank them for their continued support. Our school held parent conferences on Thursday, February 12th. Parents had the opportunity to meet with teachers and talk about their students' grades, assignments, or any questions they had. It took place from 5 to 7 p.m. We would like to thank everyone who attended. At the start of this quarter, Salazar started an esports team led by our teacher, Mr. Chafino. This is the first statewide competitive esports team in the district. The team is currently undefeated and ranked 9th place out of 90 teams. We are so proud of our Salazar Saints. They are doing a great job. On February 24th, our campus will be having a college and career day hosted by the ROP and our counselor, Miss Martinez. Various colleges and companies will be on campus to provide information to the students. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Natalie and Celeste. You are more than welcome to stay and enjoy the meeting, but we know you also have your homework and other commitments, so feel free to leave whenever you want, but you both did a great job. Thank you for being here tonight. Okay, moving on to item 9, awards and recognition. I guess tonight is the Boys and Girls Clubs of Whittier and Pico Rivera night for recognitions. First is item A, recognition of the Pico Rivera Boys and Girls Club Youth of the Year 2026 nominees. So I believe I have the honor of doing the certificates. All right. Can we have Anthony Rodriguez come up? And Aaron Aguirre? Hmm? They're on. Oh, they were on first on my list. So we're not going to ask you to do your speech, but maybe some comments for those of us that attended the event. Uh, Trustee Megan.
So I did not attend the event because I was stuck at the airport. However, I did listen to the speeches and you were both amazing, very inspirational, and we're so proud of you, your resilience and how much you've grown. You were so articulate in your speeches, and again, we're just so extremely proud of you. Congratulations.
Trustee Contreras. That's it.
The judges had it was very tough. And the judges relayed that information to us. It was really tough choosing the one person who was going to move forward. So I'd like to again congratulate Anthony and Aaron on speeches. Very well done. And I know you guys have a very bright future ahead of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. Trustee Saavedra.
Hi, I was also able to attend and I was blown away by your speeches, just the community that you help create within the Boys and Girls Club. It's inspiring. I hope that everyone gets to hear your speeches one day. And the perseverance that you guys have and just to keep going and I high five you from over here. Congratulations.
Thank you, Trustee Saavedra. Trustee Perez.
I'm so sorry I wasn't able to attend, but we all know how difficult and the rigorous just to be nominated, right? And just after school, you can do anything, and you decide to stay and you give back, and so just that resilience and that commitment. Thank you for representing Pico Rivera, and I'm just excited for the future.
Thank you, Trustee Perez. For me, just to hear your testimonial, uh, telling your story is very personal, and to be brave enough to do it in front of 500 people, how many people were there, is a testimony to you, to your confidence and your willingness to share your story and build others up as well. For those of you that don't know, the Youth of the Year is a national program for Boys and Girls Club across America. So every club gets to have their students compete for this event. And just to get to the finals is a big deal because there's a lot of students that compete. So congratulations to both of you to getting to the finals. And if next year you can do it again because there's a lot of rewards and it just keeps building up your confidence and speaking skills. So congratulations to both of you. It's So we have a couple of certificates. We'll walk around and take a picture with you. If your parents are here, they can also come up.
We'll do board first, and then we'll add people incrementally. 3, 2, 1. There you go. And then we can add, let's do the principals right now, and then incrementally we'll add more. And then it will be, okay. All right. Okay. 3, 2, 1. And one more. Okay. Let's do one more. Can I, Dorothy, push it a little bit? Okay, there you go. 3, 2, 1. Okay. And then we can have some family. More staff? Yes, can we have more? the Boys and Girls Club representatives. 3, 2, 1, smile. That'll work. And got it. And then, you want to get the family? Yeah.
Yes, but it was a big community center. That's no, they're here. They're in order right here. Outstanding member. Let's see. I think they gave him to me in order. All right. Congratulations once again. And now, the the member of the. So we'd like to call up Ernest Rios. Ernest can be recognized. We'll go around and take a picture with you, but here's your certificate. Any comments from the board? Or should we take pictures first? Let's go take a picture with that.
We get some photos with you as well. Okay. You're gonna take this one? Yeah, yeah. I'll take one right now. You'll do next one, yeah. Yeah, yes, come in. Everyone. 3, 2, 1. Three, two, one. Got it. Do we want to do just that?
Congratulations. Certainly not least, we have the Pico Rivera Boys and Girls Clubs 2026 Anthiola Service Award to the one and only for who our teen center at New Heights, Mr. Eugene Sevilla. Come on.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Any family come? Okay. No.
Yep. So just give us an opportunity, Eugene, to have the board say something about your work at the club, and I'll start with Trustee Contreras.
Thank you. Eugene, I wish I was there. You know, unfortunately, you know, things happen in life, right? I wish I was there. I'll go and look for you and find you. And I know I've already congratulated you on this, but the work you do at the Boys and Girls Club is priceless, and I truly mean that from the bottom of my heart. You make such a great impact on every boy and girl that goes in there into the club, and not only that, the work you do within the community, you are constantly pushing for the Boys and Girls Club, and you're constantly pushing to get more of our kids in there. And I want to thank you for all of your efforts. You know, and as a PSA, I'm going to take this time to please, uh, make an effort to, as a district. I always work with you, and I know it's somewhat of a challenge sometimes, but I know I always work with you to try to get more of our kids in there, because I know of the benefits that our kids can have. You know, just with driver's ed alone, the benefits our kids get by going to the driver's ed courses there, and the opportunities that they get in getting vouchers for their driving tests there. The weight room that was well, not just recently, but it's somewhat still new there. The weight room that can be used by our boys and girls, the cooking class, the cooking course that you guys offer. Every time I go in there, it smells of something so good and so wonderful. And just a bunch of kids playing in there. So I really want to thank you for all of your efforts. And I look forward to continue to be working with you there. Thank you so much, Eugene.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. Trustee Perez?
There as well. I do know that, students, when they give their speeches, they always talk about the people in the room who are making it happen, right? The people that inspire them to come back, the people to just that person, right, that you need. And so I just thank you for always giving back to Pico Rivera, for just going above and beyond, because that leaves with people, right? You make an impact, and that forever leaves with people. So I know this is an award, but it's a lifetime change and impact that you're making. So thank you, and congratulations.
Trustee Saavedra?
Congratulations, Eugene. Marvelous job to all of you at the Boys and Girls Club. You know, the times that I've been over there, just the rapport that you have with the kids, and they seem trusting, and you're providing that safe space for them. Who knows where they would be if they wouldn't be there safe in that environment, right? So thank you for everything that you do. Good work, and we're here to support.
Trustee Mejia?
Thank you. Eugene, you have been made such a positive impact on so many of our students, including my daughter. She did not want to go back to the Boys and Girls Club, but you got her to go back. And I think what's key with you is relationships. You really do have great relationships with our students. And as Trustee Saavedra stated, you provide a safe space for them. So thank you, and a well-deserved award for you. Congratulations.
It's hard to build on all those wonderful comments, Eugene, but what I will add is you're a mentor, and you're building up these, these students to the next level with the programs you're providing, the guidance. And that's super important, especially in these times, right? You're giving them a voice, you're responding. So thank you for doing that. We want our students to be taken care of, and boys and Boys and Girls Club of Pico Rivera at your teen center is doing a fantastic job. So well done, sir. Would you like to say anything? Yeah, go ahead.
Overall, sorry. Uh, Overall, thank you so much for just the opportunity to just work for like you guys are just like the best district I ever worked for. I worked at LESD and other places, but it's nothing compared to Rancho Unified, School District. So thank you so much for the space and the opportunity to be in your in your liability and responsibility for these kids. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Well done. Have a good evening. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay, moving on to item 10, public comments, items on the agenda, blue cards.
We do not have any cards for items not on the, on the agenda.
Thank you. Item 11, public comments, items not on the agenda, yellow comment cards.
Yes, we have one card, Joe Basulto.
Good evening, President, Vice President, Superintendent, and members of the board. My name is Joe Basuto. I am the General Manager for Pico Water District. Can you hear me? Okay. This year marks a milestone for Pico Water District as we celebrate 100 years of dedicated service to our community in Pico Rivera with our origins dating back to June 1926. That is 3 decades before the city was incorporated, which was incorporated in 1958. And we are especially grateful for our long lasting partnership with our Rancho School District. We proudly provide water service to approximately 11 of your facilities. And it's been an honor to participate also in your annual scholarship awards recognizing graduated students. We look forward to continue this tradition and expanding our collaboration through student engagement, including sharing career opportunities in the water technology field and supporting the water conservation education as part of our community outreach and efforts, which I believe is in line with your vision, inspiring learners to thrive in an ever-changing world. I really liked your vision statement. It really spoke to me, also being a graduate from a Rancho School District as well. And also your mission, we create opportunities for growth and success. I am the general manager. I'm into my 3rd year as general manager, and I'm really looking to really build up our relationship with the school district. We do participate in the scholarship program, and we're going to do it again this year as well. And also, wanting to be more part of our community and the school district. I said not just being an alumni, but also contributing, providing what we could provide with our workforce and providing a different career path for people to go down water technology, as we call it, distribution, water treatment. It's given me a career, which I've been with the water district for over 30 years. I literally graduated on a Thursday, went to work on a Monday. They had a summer program. I just pursued it, and I loved it. I loved working with my hands, and did go to college to get my right education for water technology, and that's something I really want to share. To provide others who want to work, a good career path for that. So I'm really hoping I could get in the right connections to help out in that pathway. Also, on behalf of our board of directors, it is my distinct honor to invite each and every one of you in celebrating our centennial anniversary on June 26, 2026. We provided you with invitations as well, and that'll be at 11:30 a.m. And that's going to take place at the Water Replenishment District's Albert Robles Center in the city of Pico Rivera. Your presence would deeply be meaningful as we commemorate this important milestone as we share who we are as a water district. So hopefully, we want to personally invite you. That's why we are here. I'm also accompanied with our board president, vice president, and staff. And just want to really reflect. Sorry, we're almost done. How proud we are to not just myself, but also our board president, graduates of Rancho. We also have 2 more directors who graduate from Rancho. We have our vice president who used to be on the school board. A lot of people know him. Yeah. So I just want to really appreciate it. We really look forward to building up our relationship, with the school district as well. We have a lot to teach, first on conservation, and such, so I really look forward to working with the school district. And also, so for more information, you can visit our website, and we encourage you to register for the event. That we get a proper head count, and get you properly seated. So with that, I thank you for your time, and I wish you guys all a good evening for the rest of your meeting. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments and for coming out.
Sure, of course.
Board President, just a point of personal privilege. I do think we should recognize Mr. Raymond Rodriguez, President of the Pico Water District. If you could please stand.
Thank you.
And also Vice President, Mr. Pete Ramirez, and was mentioned, former school board member for El Rancho Unified.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Thank you. We look forward to receiving the invitation and attending as well. Okay, moving on to item 12, Labor Association reports. We will start with ERFT, Lil Carrion.
Good evening. I'm Lilia Carrion, President of Rancho Federation of Teachers, Local 3467. I do have a couple of issues I want to address with the district. This week, our local will start negotiations with, and our priority as a union is to negotiate a pay raise. We're very concerned with the fact that the health benefits have increased greatly, grocery prices have increased, and just basic living situations have increased. So we're hoping that the district will negotiate with us fairly. They do, but we want a substantial raise that's going to help our membership. As you all know, ERT has always, in the 50 years that we've been a union here, we always do keep in mind the solvency of the district, and we will continue to do so. But at the same time, we want our employees to be compensated for what they do for this district. I do want to bring a concern I have. I do have a concern, and I brought this up before, but it's special ed. And I was really saddened the number of people over winter break that left our district. And we need to really look at what we're doing, that we have employees leaving mid-year. How are we treating them? How are we showing respect for them? How are we taking care of that the needs they're facing in their work environment? We will be bringing up some negotiations. We will be talking about class size in special ed, caseloads, and but the bottom line is we need to have people stay here. Why are they leaving? And that's a question I'm posing to you as a board. We had a union meeting today, and what came up was, I know that the district was supportive of the swing agencies that we use for various reasons, for SLPs, for the paraprofessionals because of the short of individuals. But we really need to increase our salary to have our special ed personnel stay. Either it's certificated or special ed or the CSCA members. Because I'm concerned about that we're relying on the swing and we're paying more. The agency pay their people more than we do. Why would anybody want to work for us? Why are people leaving to go elsewhere? And we really need to think about that. And ERT is just concerned that now our director or now assistant soup is now divided into two major departments that are beneficial to the well-being of our students. Where's our focus? And as we all know, that we could take care of big, our departments, but something is always going to suffer when we have issues. I do have a meeting with the assistant soup, Mr. Cochran, tomorrow to address these concerns, but they just keep on coming up. And I have to publicly say, we really need to look at what we're doing in our special ed department and what new things we need to bring into that department that's going to help the morale of that department. And that's psychs, the SLPs, the teachers, the paraprofessionals. We really need to take a deep look into that. I also saw, I didn't come up and give a card to talk about what's on the agenda, but the AI that you're going to do a reading, I'm glad that the district is being proactive on that, but just also that that beast is moving so quickly, and the policies that we have are almost outdated because another issue is coming up. So we need to look at what the district is going to be doing for AI. ERT will be bringing contract language to the table next week when we meet regarding AI, because AI is going to impact all of us in whatever capacity we are as employees. How do our employees deal with what students are submitting? How we're going to protect our employees when a teacher says, "Hey, this is not your work." I attended a conference a few weeks ago regarding AI, and it was incredible, all the different things that our educators need to focus on to be able to teach and to make sure that they're protected by the district and they're protected by the contract, because our parents, our guardians have a different point of view of what AI is. And maybe that's something we really need to educate our parents of what role AI has in their homes and what they do with their students' education. Because I don't think, and I know I have had teachers who've have had issues with parents regarding AI, where the parents said, "But he did the work," and the teacher said, "He did, but somebody else wrote his paper or her paper," and then it's a battle. And then administrators have to come in and protect their teacher, protect the program that they have at their site, and along with the support of the employees. So thank you for starting that, but we got to get, it's going to be changing so much, and I hope that this board is caught up with the changes that are occurring on a daily basis. But you'll see when we present our proposal to Mr. Matthews and the district team of what we are trying to do to protect our employees. The other, on a lighter note, I know I always ask my members what good things are happening in the district, and they were saying that Rivera Elementary will be having a sweetheart dance on Friday. So they're welcoming all the family members to participate in this activity. Seems like a really fun activity for our families, and also to engage our families of what's happening at the school site. North Ranchito's trying for the first time the color, the color rain or an obstacle course. What's it called? The color run, color rain. I don't know. I think maybe because the rain is out, then I'm thinking of that. So North Cheetah is trying it for the first time, so that should be exciting and a hot mess, I believe, with all the dye all over the place. Next Friday or next Wednesday, the 25th. And then the good things are happening here on this campus with the adult school. They're starting the medical assistance program. Last week, they started with the morning classes, if anyone wants to take the classes in the morning, and then they're offering classes at night. So, and then as I was walking through the campus, what a difference of what's the word I want, how welcoming the adult school looks for someone to come in and start their education again after so many years being out of school. So kudos to my members here at adult school, along with our counselor, who are doing a phenomenal job of recruiting our parents and families to go back to school. So that's all I have. Again, we always look forward to working with the district, and as a union, we always continue to protect the interests of our students and our members. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carrion. Um, CSEA, Alex Acosta, is he here today? He's not? Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to item 13, information items. 13A, we'll have a presentation of Boys and Girls Clubs of Whittier Pico Rivera Leaders in Training Program. So come on up.
Yes.
As they come up, I do want to ask our tech department. One of our board members is asking if they're supposed to be seeing video of us and they're not able to. Oh,
Zoom is not working right now. Neither is, from what I understand, YouTube. Oh, they can see it on YouTube. Okay, that went back up.
but our board members, are they online?
We're online and we're able to see the presentation is what we're able to see right now. Well, that's what I'm able to see at least.
Okay.
They're not able to see the audience and we're not able to see them. So the actual visual for Zoom is not working.
It's not working. Okay, thank you for clarifying. Yes, Trustee Mayor?
Per the teleconference and the special accommodations, just want to make sure that we're in compliance because I believe that whoever wanted to join online as well, they have to be able to see. Just want to make sure that we're in compliance, that it's listed on the agenda.
Correct. I discussed it with IT to clarify what exactly we have available. From my understanding, while they couldn't see it visually, they're able to visually access through live stream through YouTube. And if they wanted to submit a public comment, they were able to access it with our options. So that's the main issue. So for full transparency, while we have those technical clips, the most important is access to the public, and that was never disrupted. So we proceeded to not raise it and continue with the meeting. I did advise IT that if at any point that happens, to let us know, and we will stop the meeting.
Okay, so right now we're fine.
We're fine and
To
in
proceed as
compliance.
is in compliance. Thank you very
Substantial
much.
compliance, yes.
Thank you. Apologize
Can I
for that
ask a
pause.
question?
Go ahead, Tracy Perez.
All right. So you can see me or you can't, just because if I were to raise my hand, I want to make sure you can see me or you can't see me.
We can see you.
I can't. Okay, so if I raise my hand, you'll be able to see.
Yes.
Sorry, I can't hear. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, Superintendent Delgado will introduce our
So,
guests.
yes, thank you to the Boys and Girls Club of Pico Rivera for being here this evening. As you heard, a lot of wonderful things that were mentioned and the benefits to our students. We've had them here, I believe, for over 10 years now. Started really small, but we've grown so much. And, it's all thanks to the work that you and your staff have done and the relationships, as we've mentioned before. It's what is important as you develop those relationships with our students and our families. This evening, we have Alan Lopez, who's a teen program director. We have Cynthia Navarro, who's our director of operations. And then, of course, Mr. Eugene Sevilla. And Samantha Robles is not here, but she's the director of compliance and programs. So thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Good evening. I just want to say good evening to everybody from the board and El Rancho School District Unified Community. My name is Alan Lopez. As she said, I am the team director for both Whittier and Pico Rivera. And I serve as the team director, of course. I'm excited to share updates with you guys on our partnership and the impact we're making with students in El Rancho, as we've already heard. But just to give a parenthesis, yes, relationships are important. And the time that I've been here, it's been such a great joy to be part of El Rancho School Unified District. You guys are amazing. So I kudos to you guys for everything that you guys are doing. But we're going to get on with our presentation. So today we're going to be giving you guys a presentation on leaders in training. So I don't know if they go on with the slide. Oh, this one right here. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So just a little bit of an overview of the LIT members that we have. It's super important how much LIT members we actually have. And so for ages 13 through 15 years old, we have 84 members that are currently enrolled with our LAT members, which is a lot, which is so great just to have all of them. And then for our ages 16 and older to senior year, we have 156. So that is so much. That is speaks volumes of what we are doing in our community, how many kids we're actually reaching. But that's not our goal yet. We reach and we aspire for higher. So yes, we're doing a great job, but we know that we can aspire for more. We're gonna move on. I forget that I have the clicker. just a little bit on the community service that we've been doing. Or did it pass by? Sorry, let me see. There you go. On the community service that we're doing, we've had 845 hours completed, 5 projects participated. We've done blanket making, we've done mason jar painting, we've done a beautification project, and we've also done holiday toy drive prep. If you guys see at the screens, it's amazing what the kids are doing. The creativity that that they pour into all of these projects, it's simply outstanding. Sometimes I go and I'm like, wow, where is so much creativity coming from? But it just speaks testament to the staff that are working with them daily, and the community service hours that we're putting in. This is part of our Go Baby Go. As you see, these are all of our students that participated in it. And yeah, now we're going to move on and I'm going to ask Eugene to come up. He's going to speak a little bit about the Yosemite trip that we had.
Cool. Good evening. It actually marks a year uh, of us going to Yosemite. So it was 4 days and 3 nights. So a lot of the kids have went. We had taken 28 kids, and a lot of it has just been about leadership, relationship building, and for the most part, you getting to like get to know nature and just camping and overall. So I was actually excited and was blessed to be part of a field trip. Getting the kids to be up at night, but then telling them to go to sleep, and then waking up the next day for like the whole day activities. It was extremely fun, and if you could look at some of the images, most of these kids got to see a little bit outside of Pico Rivera. They get to see a little bit more what nature is really all about, and relationship building for like a lot of kids. They don't know who they are until they go to the Boys and Club, and when we go to like camping, which is Yosemite was one of them, they get to know each other in a deeper level. So a lot of the field trips is such a making for like the most of our relationship for our kids, mentor to student and student to student. So the days of advocacy, it marks also last year that we had went to Sacramento. It was actually with Samantha Robles, our teen compliance director. She had taken our former winner of the Youth of the Year, Maya, and then our current Youth of the Year nominee, Anthony Rodriguez, that went to Sacramento to advocate for more highlighting programs and letting them know in the Sacramento and capital that we are still in existence of a great program and great work for our kids. And we wanted to have more of stories lines for Boys and Girls Club and also in general for after school programs. So this weekend, we're actually going to Washington, D.C. for the national accuracy. So for the most part, we're taking about 3 kids, and we are hoping to still strive for like the same purpose of what we went to Sacramento for, but over at Washington, D.C. Field trips, a lot of these kids, I share with them that most of them, they can either come to the club and earn their hours and earn their, um, I wish to say their volunteer sort of community services attributes to the club so they can participate in field trips. And most of the field trip is either based on college and career, or for the most sake in the summer, we try to make the most of it and getting them outside because a lot of these kids are stuck in at home during the summer. They don't ever go out. So for the most kids, we have that report with some of the kids to let them know that if they participate throughout the school year, they get to be part of our summer field trips as well. Most of as which we mentioned, which is field trips, we have taken a trip to the law firm, and many of these kids can either learn how to be the thrive or either trade school, law school, and also just learn how to be a paralegal. So most of our kids have went. We have taken 7 kids. Some of them have gotten like the taste of what it likes to be in the corporate world and in the office. So we have went to downtown LA, and most of them have never been to downtown LA. So another attribute to like some of these kids to know that any of our field trips can either be a benefit to them, whether it's like a personal sense for them or just a career exploration. Programs, as mentioned, and one of the biggest features that we have in Pico Rivera at the Boys and Girls Club is the driver's education. A total of 232 members have participated in our driver's education, which offers the 30 hours of online services for them to complete in order to obtain the permit at the DMV. We typically have also a teen chef, which is taking place every weekly. Most of the kids, we have about 10 or 15 members who are engaging. So this is where John had mentioned about how the kitchen is always being cooked, is because a lot of these kids are either learning or we either feeding them. So the most case, we're teaching them as we go, hands-on learning along with driver education. And I wish to also take a moment and acknowledge that Ernest Rios, the reason why he was an outstanding member of the year was because he followed through with every curriculum that we had. So it was like the driver's education, completing the 30 hours, the safety presentation, and also getting the permit, and then from the permit, getting the behind the wheel referral. So he had completed everything, and he had gone to each of the every field trip that we have gone to. So that's why he's outstanding member of the year. I wish to just kind of keep that a note. For the most case, we offer weekly college and career readiness workshops for many of our kids that takes place on Wednesday. So when we have drivers ed, we have drivers ed twice a week. Everything else is also in the equivalent of recurring for twice a week as well. But this takes place every weekly, once a week, and we wanted to have more of these inspirational. We have our teen service coordinator high school, which is Miss Erin. She runs this program very well. A lot of reporting for the kids. A lot of these kids who have trouble in the sense of like getting to know where they want to go after high school. So instead of asking them what college they want to go to, we ask them a little bit what you're very much into and what do you love to do. And we try to find out a little bit more of a guidance to know if that could be a career or it could be a trade. So for the most part, everything has to do with mentorship, and followed by most of it has been case management with each of the kids. I believe we have about 25 case management with each of the kids, either from Rancho High School or Salazar High School. And I'll bring it back to Alan.
Thank you, Eugene. Don't we just love Eugene, right? But yeah, impact. We speak about impact with our kids. We speak about what is it that we're doing in our community. We understand that the kids that are now in high school are the future to our community. I know that I became somebody who created impact, and I came back to my community at the time that it was given. And being able to see now kids that are like, wow, I'm doing Teen Chef. I want to go to culinary school, or I'm doing driver's ed, and a lot of we don't know the stability that they have at home, but they do have stability at school, at our teen centers, and it's so important. And so impact, increased teen participation over 25% just within the past year with the support of the LIT program, which in turn helped increase our ADA. 100% of our senior members graduated in June of 2024, which was amazing, with 95% of those seniors who enrolled in post-secondary education or the military. That is amazing. That speaks about not only how Boys and Girls Club is doing it, but what the schools in the district are doing. And we're all working together in unity to help our kids strive and reach their goals, letting them know that no dream is too small, no goal is too unobtainable, but they could do it with hard work, with good work ethic. And I think that instilling in them these values and these morals is super important. All of our LIT members are currently enrolled in at least one program of the club, which allows them to have consistent attendance since all programs meet on a weekly basis. So we're seeing these students, these members consistently. And now that I'm here, I get to build relationships with them, and I leave so full and just so rewarded with seeing the work that we're doing. But it couldn't be done without the district of El Rancho. It cannot be done. Everybody needs to put a little bit of grain of salt into this, and that's the way that we create impact into these kids. Plans for the future. Obviously, we don't just think about right now, but we think about the future. We can never just think on a short term. Short term. We have to think on a long term, and part of that is continue increasing teen attendance. And spreading program to more teens and community through outreach efforts and targeted programs. Just so you guys know, we have one of our coordinator, our team coordinator in Whittier is going all over Whittier, all over Pico Rivera, tabling during lunch, passing out flyers. This is what we have. Please come. And out of that, people have came to the Pico Center. Kids have came to the Whittier. Our attendance has gone up. So many kids are like, we didn't know that this existed, and they're in ninth grade, 10th grade. We're targeting them as well. Now we have the seniors telling the juniors and the sophomores and the freshmen, go to Boys and Girls Club. They're offering hours. Go do it, and they come and do it. And once they go into, for example, driver's ed, they want to stay for the club. they find a place, they find regularity, they find stableness. And so that's part of the future. The Driving Great Futures program provides safe driving education of 150 teens annually in Whittier, Pico Rivera, and nearby communities designed for low income youth. That program offers 30 hours, as Eugene said. And the goal is to equip teens with the knowledge and the confidence to become responsible drivers and addressing barriers to to driver education access. Obviously, it's not just about driving, but it's the moral and the value behind it, right? Being responsible, being able to grow, being able to become an adult. And I think that for them, it's like we get to drive, we get to go anywhere. But little do they know that what we're planting in them, the seed that's being planted in them, is responsibility. It's a moral, it's a value. And so, yeah, those are our plans for the future. Does anybody have any questions at this moment?
Thank you so much for the presentation and sharing the impact that you're having with the students that you're serving. I'll open it up for the board for questions or comments. I'll start with Trustee Saavedra.
I again thank you because you guys are creating that safe space for these kids, which we don't know what other issues they're having or going, but they have at least one place they can come to, and that's the Boys and Girls Club. I see the resilience in some of the kids that I've talked to, and I could totally picture them going through like CERT training or something rigorous like that, where they are they just are miles and bounds ahead of what I did when I was in high school. So, kudos to you guys for what you're creating. And I have no questions, but just maybe look into that as a possible.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Saavedra. Trustee Mejia.
Thank you for the presentation and for the wonderful opportunities that you provide to our students. As I mentioned, my daughter went through the program. She did the UPS driving course. She also she learned how to make candles, candle making. Just so many opportunities there. And my question was going to be if there was any barriers because at one time it was housed at the high school, but you answered it when you said that you're doing tabling events. So anything else besides that you're doing to promote and just again we don't want it to be a best kept secret. Wonderful opportunities for our students. Anything else that you have planned?
Yeah, to answer that, I think it's been an organic growth. And I think that that's the best way. So now it's coming from word to mouth. So that's the best impact because now it's not us giving a testimonial of what's going on. Them themselves are telling their friends, this is going on. I went inside the teen center today before we came here. There was 57 teens inside that place. That is incredible. Our staff are doing work, and this is why I go. I go because I want them to see me. I understand. I know you guys understand that presence matters. And when you have a presence in their lives, when we are consistent, when we actually care about asking, "Oh, how is your day?" They not only take that for themselves, but they then say, hey, that guy or that mentor or that person really does care. You should go. And they feed me, right? So it's a win-win for them. So I think that to answer your question, yes, we can do so much marketing. Yes, we can do all the logistical things, but what really matters is the moral and the value of it. Is there intention behind what we do? Is there heart behind what we do? And as educators, as people that help these teens, do we actually know our why? And so this is what not only am I taking for myself, but that I try to instill in my staff is do we know our why? Do we understand that what we're doing right now is impacting the future of tomorrow, the future where my kids will go, the future where your kids will go, and their future. And so I think that to answer your question, it's been very organic, and I think that that's the way it should be.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the cookbook. Look forward
No
to
worries.
making some of these recipes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Trustee Perez.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I can't really see you. I can hear you, but I can just hear the passion in your voice, so I love that. Um, I know just throwing out some ideas. I know I spoke to somebody previously a couple years back about some type of automatic membership. I believe they mentioned like maybe if there's a way, and I don't know logistics, but if there's a way where an Arancho student can have automatic membership into Boys and Girls Club, I don't know what that would look like. But that was a conversation that we had kind of discussed. So that way they take off that barrier, right? Having to like the logistical part. The other thing is I looked online to the driver's ed program and I saw that Whittier High posted it on their social media. So I'm asking maybe Dora if we can look into showcasing that on the Arancho side of things, the high school. I looked at Arancho. I don't really see it on our social side. of just reposting like, hey, there's a driver's ed program. Hey, there's doing college tour. Just getting the word of mouth. I know you mentioned it's about those, the word of mouth, but I do think that the marketing could help a little just to pique that interest. And I know that I was looking, there's like a teen center Instagram, the BGC Pico Rivera, maybe reposting that, right? Not having to recreate our content, but just reposting whatever you repost just to get the word of mouth. And then I remember with one of the courses, they did a field trip to the program, and that's actually what some of the students said. They're like, I knew about the program, but I honestly wasn't really interested until I saw it like in person. I wonder if there's any opportunities to maybe do some type of a field trip during a class, or I mean, I know school is important, but some type of a field trip idea where students can walk into the teen center and just that's where you really market it because we can table it, right? But students, I feel like sometimes you have to put them there just so they can experience it and talk to other students and see. And then my last question is the college tours. I know that was a big thing conversation. Like, is there a cap for students, or is it that all members who join can go, or is there any type of logistics with that?
Yeah, so for the first one, when it comes to driver's ed, yes, that's something we can put on the website. Obviously, we have social LITs as well that are working, LTIs that are working, so they're consistently working on making posters and posting it on our social media. So yeah, obviously we want to use that avenue. When it comes to the field trips, no, there's no cap. As of right now, there's no cap for that. Can you remind me of your third question, please? Because that I did forget.
No, that was because my thing is, if this is, it sounds like an amazing program, right? And so I'm like, why are students not taking advantage of it? And if there's no cap, I know there's students out there who would love to do the college tours because I know it's a funding issue with the high school, right? With the bus issue, and so that's where I'm like, how do we market it, right? Is it us reposting? Is it us looking into some automatic memberships so students can automatically go in and you don't have the logistical stuff get in the way. And so that's why my question was, is there a cap for college tours and field trips? And so I think you answered that. But I was just giving ideas just to kind of, you know, get more students involved.
No, I appreciate it. And obviously all the help helps. I think helping together, coming together is what helps. And yeah, we will exhaust every single option that we can. And then that is our social media. It's reposting. It's working together with the high school. That's something that we're obviously will develop. I know that you spoke about an automatic membership. I think that's a logistical term that we would need to go into deeper into a deeper conversation just because that does require a lot, right? But it's obviously a barrier that at some certain point we want to be able to overcome. But thank you so much. I really appreciate you and your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Perez. Trustee Contreras?
Yes, thank you for the presentation once again. And I agree with what some of the board members are saying as far as what can we do as a board to help market, because obviously we have a hidden gem right behind our high school. And I know that I've had multiple conversations with Eugene. I've made some introductions with um, coaches from almost every sport. With Eugene, he's made the effort to go out there during sixth period after school to meet up with these coaches because there's this wonderful gym, being that you guys have out there, and I know that gym time at the high school is very limited due to multiple sports wanting to get into the gym that we have, and using the gym at the Boys and Girls Club as another way of getting our kids to go to the Boys and Girls Club. But yes, as a board, what can we do? The ideas as far as helping to market, automatic memberships. Those are all great ideas. I think that we should take a look at. Also, the numbers that were shared at the beginning, is that a total of the Boys and Girls Club at Pico Rivera and Whittier, or just Pico Rivera?
That is at both clubs. Yes.
Both clubs. Is there a way
Yes.
you can give us, and I'm not asking, I don't know if you have it right now or not, but if you can just send us what the numbers are just for the Pico Rivera Boys and Girls Club?
It's changed a lot. Yes, we can send it. We can send it. There's an increase in attendance. That was last year. Now it's a whole different number. And it's so funny because every single week that we check our enrollment, it keeps going up by 10, 15, 20 kids at a time. I think
Which
right
is
now we're
great.
at how many kids are we at fully enrolled right now? Yeah, for Pico, we're close to 200 already.
That's
So it's
awesome.
it's incredible. But yes, we can get those numbers and get those sent out to you.
But my next question is, are we reaching out to our junior high kids? Because I believe that Pico Rivera is just for high school. Am I correct in believing that?
Yes, as of now, yes, it's just for high school students.
So what needs to happen in order for us to reach out to our younger kids, our junior high kids? Is it a space issue? Is it a getting more volunteers in there? What needs to happen?
It's a great problem to have, and it's space. And I think that
Got
that's something that we continuously we want to explore different options of how we can create, how we can grow. I think it's all about growth. But now it's a good problem to have. How do we grow and how do we reach those junior high kids and that way they can have a smooth transition. It would even create such a great smooth transition from junior high to high school, and it becomes such a fluid program where one feeds off the other.
Absolutely. I think there'd be more interest at the junior high level. And if we just go out and reach out to our eighth grade kids as they're making that transition, right around this time, thinking about making the transition to high school and knowing that El Rancho High School has a Boys and Girls Club right behind it, I believe may even help us in retaining some of these eighth graders in wanting to stay in our district by just the fact of knowing, hey, I'm already a member at the Boys and Girls Club here. El Rancho High School is right next door. It just makes sense for me to stay here. So I would love to see what needs to happen both at the district level and at the Boys and Girls Club level to see what we can do to help increase or help start to accept, at the very least, kids at the eighth grade level as well.
Thank you so much. Yes, that is something that we will definitely. Yes, thank you.
And again, thank you for what you guys are doing. Eugene, you're awesome. I look forward to continue working with you. And thank you for just making another safe place for our kids to go to. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. I know Superintendent Soto Delgado has a.
Yes, just to say a little bit more on that, Mr. Contreras, we can talk to Mr. Hernandez, Oscar Hernandez. We would probably have to revise the MOU. We currently do funds a small, very small portion of Boys and Girls Club through a grant. But we could definitely talk about that. Space might be an issue, so something for us to also consider.
I
Thank
think
you
it's
very
something
much.
we can definitely look at, and I apologize. I just to piggyback on that, something we can definitely look at as far as space, and then also looking at how it would benefit our district by reaching out to our junior high kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. So I'll just build on those comments as we're talking about outreach and connecting. I thought maybe about co-producing a video. We send out updates to our families on a weekly basis. And I don't know if there's an opportunity to co-create a video marketing all the programs and all the wonderful things the clubs have to offer to our families. That could be one way to reach folks. I was talking about co-creating a video with the Boys and Girls Club to promote the services. Um, Ambassadors, I mean, you have the kids that can maybe, we can talk to our middle school principals and they can go speak to eighth graders in transition to promote the programs and how they're benefiting as well. I did have a question more on the kind of the design of the program. Is leaders in training specific to Whittier Pico Rivera Boys and Girls Club, or is that a curriculum that Boys and Girls Clubs National provides?
That's something nationally that they provide as
Okay.
well. But for the kids of Whittier and Pico, it just gives them an opportunity to understand what it means to work, responsibility, how do they grow within the workforce, what is waiting for them on the other side, right? Sometimes they think, oh, it's just a job. No, but they learn responsibility. So a little bit, just so you know, just to paraphrase a little bit, they have to be consistent in the club for a month in order to become an LIT, a leader in training.
Mhm.
It's not something that's just given to them. They need to build rapport not just with their staff members, but within their peers. And I think that's super important. Why? Building rapport is something that we take not just within work, but everywhere. And so that is what we're trying to teach them. So part of our structure, part of what we do is now we require that. That is a requirement. That's a non-negotiable. Right? They need to be in good stance in schools and attendance with their grades, with their teachers, and also with the club. It is a privilege. It's an honor to be there. It's an honor to be part of it.
Mm.
And so that's what we're trying to teach them.
That's awesome. They have to demonstrate the commitment to be a part of it.
100%.
to be
Commitment
there.
and consistency is something that we hold ourselves very, very high on. And that's something that we believe in a lot.
That's great. Well, keep up the great work. Keep mentoring our kids and keep pushing forward. Thank you very much for your presentation.
We appreciate you guys so much. Thank you so much. Without you guys, this could never be possible. So thank you so much to all of you guys as well. We appreciate it. You guys have a good evening.
You too. Thank you very much. Okay, next item 13V, presentation on the expanded learning opportunities, ELOP after school programs.
Well, good evening, board members, superintendent, and cabinet. Tonight, we're very pleased to share an overview of El Rancho Unified School District Expanded Learning Program. I think it'll be coming up soon. And what we refer to as ELOP. And what we want to share with you includes both our before and after school programs. Okay.
Quick pause.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yes.
Sylvia, I put it right here. Before I can emphasize two.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're ready to resume.
Oh, tomorrow's the 18th. I thought it was Friday. Okay. Shows you what I know.
Okay. Or do we need a few more minutes? Okay. Thank Resume our presentation on ELOP.
Well, thank you very much. As you know, we're here to talk about our ELOP programs and what we have to offer our students before and after school. And we want to share with you not only about the programs, but the student participation, as well as how these programs are impacting the students across the districts. So during this presentation, Mrs. Sylvia Bella Amaya, who is our ELOP coordinator, will share with you and provide information on the enrichment programs that we offer the students and what they can participate at the school sites.
Thank you, Ms. Castañón. The LEP program is designed to support the whole child. Our TK through sixth graders programs include academic, homework support for diverse learners, enrichment opportunities in the arts, physical fitness, and STEM, as well as intentional social emotional support. In addition, students receive nutritious meals and snacks that support their dietary needs and overall well-being. Enrollment in ELOP is optional and available to all TK to 6 students with opportunities to participate at no cost-based eligibility. Programs are offered across multiple school sites throughout the district, including all elementary schools and middle schools. Currently, district-wide participation in ELOP funded before and after school programs is approximately 1,620 students, not including Think Together and not including Reach. So we have a lot of kids before and after school. At our elementary sites, ELOP provides a wide range of academic support and enrichment opportunities. These include high dosage tutoring, robotics, girls who code, gardening clubs, arts programs, physical fitness activities, and culturally responsive offerings such as folklorico and mariachi. Programs are intentionally designed to engage students with hands-on project-based learning while reinforcing academic skills. This slide highlights offerings at 3 middle school sites, which has steadily increased each year. One of the most popular programs is cooking. In front of you, you will see a cookbook that represents the type of meals prepared by the students using healthy style recipes. Other offerings include gardening, robotics, girls who code, cultural dance, running clubs, and STEM-focused activities. These programs support student engagement during a critical developmental period while reinforcing positive school connections. New this year is our before school services that are provided through partnerships with Think Together and Learn. Think Together serves approximately 262 students in TK through 8th grade, providing academic support, enrichment, and supervision for 180 instructional days before school. At El Rancho High School, the Learn program offers before school tutoring and college and career support for approximately 90 students, ensuring secondary students also benefit from structured academic assistance. One of the most popular programs there is the Barista program, which teaches students real-world experiences. The students make a delicious coffee and other popular drinks. For the 25-26 school year, our program highlights include tutoring, coding classes, gardening arts, robotics, drama. These offerings align with the district goals around academic achievement, student engagement, and social emotional development. ELOP services are also offered on select non-instructional days, including summer sessions, spring break, and designated days throughout the year, with the exception of district holidays such as 4th of July and Juneteenth. Well, how are we doing? Once again, we, the district, put out a survey to students, parents, teachers, and administrators. We surveyed students in grades 3 through 8, receiving 487 responses from students alone. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive. Over 95% of the students reported enjoying the program, finding activities fun and engaging, feeling safe and supported, and learning new skills. Nearly 94% said they would recommend ELOP programs to their friends. When asked what additional activities they would like to see, students expressed interest in cooking and baking, career-based clubs, art and sculpting, gaming clubs, and music instruction. Students also shared their favorite parts of the program that included learning new things, spending time with friends, sports, dance, drama, and even snacks. For the parent responses, we received 230 parent responses across TK through 8th grade. Parent satisfaction was extremely high, with over 98% expressing satisfaction with the program overall and 100% indicating the program provides a safe and supportive environment. As we all know, parents are always making sure that their kids are safe. That's what they want to know. That's important to them. Attendance patterns show that many students attend daily or multiple times per week, reinforcing the value families place on these services. Parents also shared thoughtful feedback and recommendations, including additional performing arts, language learning, sports, and cooking programs. Basically in the elementary school, though, because we already have cooking at the middle schools. Several parents highlighted the positive impact of programs like gardening, robotics, and pickleball on their children's confidence, discipline, and overall engagement. But we only listed the following 3. Gardening club and robotics have been great for my child, one parent said. Pickleball has really helped my daughter boost her confidence in sports. She's now moving, running, and even looks forward to joining more athletic programs. It has helped her be more disciplined and dedicated. Please continue to offer and do an amazing job with pickleball. Thank you. Another parent said, thank you for the program for giving our youth the opportunity to excel in sports. Teachers across the district also reported positive perceptions of the ELO program. More than 85% indicated that the program is effective in supporting student learning and growth, with strong benefits noted in STEM, arts, sports, homework support, and performance-based activities. The feedback from teachers has really helped us provide a quality ELO program. We are also receiving many requests from teachers themselves who want to provide after school classes such as photography, baking, crochet, leadership, and book clubs, to name a few. These offerings are in addition to providing academic support to students. Principals reported 90 to 100% satisfaction with program implementation, alignment to school goals, and staff quality. Many principals observed improvements in student confidence, engagement, attendance, and overall connection to the school. A comment was made by one of the principals that because of all the classes being offered after school, space is becoming a challenge, which is not really a bad thing, right? So, because we're offering all these extra programs, but the school is a certain size, so I guess for a principal that could be, a little challenging. This year, we expanded offerings to include high dosage tutoring, the youth cinema project at two elementaries, Durfee and Rivera, culinary enrichment at all the middle schools, and educational field trips focused on STEM and science learning. Field trips to overnight science camps, Knott's Berry Farm, Disneyland, and the zoo will have science and STEM standards covered. We would like to recognize, of course, the Orancho High School Construction Technology class students and their teacher, Mr. Genrich, for their outstanding work on the Little Libraries project. These libraries have been delivered to the school sites and will support literacy access and a love for reading across our school communities. The students were very excited to build these little libraries, knowing that they were not only giving back to their own school, but the entire community, and they will last for years to come. Our school gardening clubs continue to flourish across elementary and middle schools. We're hoping to have a farmers market by the end of the year, involving all the school gardens in the district and maybe involving some community groups as well. Each school now has its own garden shed that stores all the materials. Our teachers are very excited about visiting places like Tanaka Farms, Huntington Library, Centennial Farms, and going to a Farms to School workshop at the end of this month at the Pomona Fairplex. These programs support STEM learning, wellness, environmental literacy, and hands-on real-world experiences for our students. Another ELO program that we would like to highlight is our Girls Golf program. Each summer, the Girls Golf program introduces middle school students to golf while emphasizing leadership, confidence, and career development. The partnership with the Latina Golfers Association provides students with meaningful exposure to both athletics and professional skills. We're excited to once again partner with founder Azucena Maldonado this summer. The girls are also given little goodies for participating. Thank you, Board of Education, Cabinet, parents, staff, and especially our students for your continued support of expanded learning opportunities at Orancho Unified School District. We are proud of the impact these programs have made on our students and families and look forward to continuing to expand and strengthen ELOP services district-wide. We would now like to open for any questions the board may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation and all the wonderful information that you shared. We will open it up for board questions or comments. I'll start with Trustee Contreras.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I did front load, I believe, one question on this presentation, and I'm sure I'll get it, just some information. But yes, thank you for all of the opportunities you've given our kids and the inclusion you've done, like for example with the little libraries and having our own students build these little library boxes for each elementary school. It's a great project and it's awesome. The school gardens project. I commend you on how far this project it's grown. I know it started at one of the elementaries and it's just grown and grown and grown, and the kids look really involved in it. And then lastly, the girls golf. I never I didn't touch a golf club until I was like 45. So that was just, a couple of years ago. And I wish I would have started a lot earlier, and what we're doing and including our kids in golf now. And a big kudos and shout out to Trustee Mejia. I know she has a lot to do with, being involved with the Latina Golfers Association and getting our Latina golfers out there. So a big thank you for this. And I want to see more. I want to see more of this. So thank you for what you guys are doing.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. Trustee Perez?
I thank you for the presentation. Sorry, and the visuals. I have a question because I know I've asked this before. The surveys for the principal, parent, and teachers, who did those surveys?
We did, the district.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm. And then when I look at the data, so for example, if you go to the student data, just for example, it says that on page 9, our presentation, page 9, it says that the options were, sorry, I'll wait till you get there.
This one?
Yeah, thank you. So it says the options were strongly agree neither. But there's just percentages, so I don't know what the breakdown is for each option. I don't know if they're for strongly agree. I don't know if they're for neither. So I was hoping if we can get like a follow-up detailed on that information. And it's the same for the parent data, and I believe see how the teachers data was kind of broken down, but we're just like the principal data, 100%. How would you rate your satisfaction? 100%. I don't know what that like is that, you know what I mean? I don't know what that breakdown is of the options that were given.
We can definitely
Does that
add
make
detail
sense?
to it. We have it.
We'll provide the
Okay, thank you.
information at the board update.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. And then what is high dosage tutoring?
That is something board approved that the Think Together program provides the students. It is a 5-to-1 ratio. The students were selected by the principals, the counselors. They came together with, looking at data, looking at test scores, grades, teacher recommendation. And so we have a much smaller, it basically replaced Student Nest of last year. And so high dosage shooting is being provided by the Think Together program, which was a perfect fit because they kind of already knew the students anyway. And so that talk about the relationships that were built on campus with the Think Together staff and the students. Really, the kids are really they look forward to it. They're attending regularly. I stop by, I take visits, I take pictures, and I always check in with them to make sure that everything's going well.
Sorry, let me just add also that tutoring is also available to our students provided by our teachers. This high dosage tutoring is in addition to that tutoring that's available to them. And we're also training our staff with high dosage tutoring, which means that they're working in small groups with identified students where they're targeting specific skills we want to focus on where students need more one-on-one attention. So it's an ongoing training that our paraprofessionals are receiving at this time so that we can move forward with providing that service, that high dosage tutoring to students throughout the school day. And then we're also trying to complement it with the after school program with Think Together.
Thank you. And not for the teacher side, but I'm a little, I just want to make sure that how are we measuring the effectiveness from the Think Together piece, not the teacher. I trust the teachers and, staff, they know their kids, they know how to measure the growth, but how are we measuring whether it's being effective or not?
Think Together will be providing us with data. They're going to be looking at, is there growth in the child in math and ELA?
So they'll
Okay,
be
good.
looking
Yeah,
at
that
the
one.
pre and
Sorry.
post assessment. I'm sorry, they'll be looking at pre and post assessments, but we'll also be looking at teacher feedback as well to see what's working, what's not. We just started the program, I want to say, right after winter break. So it's still a little difficult to say what's working and what's not. And ensure as we continue, we'll have to iron out some wrinkles so that we can provide the best services for our students.
Okay, no, and I love the pre and after. I think that's the best way to measure it instead of just like a survey as do you think it's working? That's not very effective in measuring it. So Thank you for that. And then last one, I saw that there is an interest for video game. I know esports is possibly, is that going to be part of the ELOP?
Yeah, other than all these programs, the behind the scenes work has also been with esports. And we are today, hopefully, if you all approve, we will be doing the final steps, for the infrastructure for of the three middle schools. And the painting, the decals, the furniture's in. We're looking. We're there. We're there. We're probably due. We're looking. Hopefully, it's somewhere around April, May, doing sort of a soft opening. And I mean, hopefully, if everything goes well, but yeah, the three middle schools will be having esports, and then we're going to really ramp up for the beginning of the school year next year.
Okay, I love it. And please, please invite us. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Trustee Perez. Trustee Mejia?
Thank you so much for the presentation. It's really exciting to see all these programs at our schools. I love the cross collaboration, like with the little libraries in the high school. I think there's more opportunities to cross collaborate. So, for example, with the Latina golfers and our girls golf team, maybe even I know that Trustee Contreras had this idea that he had shared with me, having the girls golf team do a clinic at the high school, since we have the little range there. So I think that that would be great. Same thing with the drama, or the clubs at the elementary schools, collaborating with our high school as well. Oh, it's working now. So there's a lot of, again, cross collaboration, even CTE alignment per se, culinary arts as well. And I gave credit to the Boys and Girls Club, so thank you for
It's
giving
okay.
you the credit for
It's
this.
okay.
Thank you so much. And just the work that's been done with the school gardens, the workshops that you've provided across the district, that's great. It's beautiful. Love the environmental literacy. I know that Lakewo's going to be having their 2026 Green Schools Symposium at this time at the Natural History Museum. So I know that we usually attend, and I know you'll be gathering more ideas as well. I do just my only ask or question is, how do we add even more? So at the attendance matters, the last one that they did, I had a student ask for a flag football. Like, how do we bring flag football?
Flag football.
That was one. And then the other one is, I know that the high school is doing a speech and debate club per se, but just seeing our students, seeing their speeches from the Boys and Girls Club and the confidence, um, I think that'd be great for our younger students as well. I know another school district has a speech and debate club program. I'm not sure if it could be done with the ELO, but I think that'd be worth exploring, hopefully. But thank you again so much for the presentation.
Yes, we can definitely take a look at all those items to add to the ELO programs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Trustee Saavedra?
Thank you. Thank you both. I think the one word that summed it all up for me was intention. And the intention and the effort that you guys put behind was 100% of your heart, right? Where there was a need, we figured that out with the high dosage tutoring, with the kids that needed somewhere in the morning from El Rancho. We have the learn there for them. That you got back almost 500 responses from students is a lot, right? And I mean, that's a lot. So I look forward to seeing that data from Think Together to see, but just to hear from the principals that it's already showing a difference in the students, in their confidence, in improving their attendance. The cross collaboration that everybody keeps talking about, again, I will highlight that as well, because it's awesome what is going on and how we can align those to all of our pathways, because at the end of the day, everything leads to the ranch, right? So these students that are taking these classes and these clubs can be moving forward. So just thank you both again. I really appreciate all the work you guys put into it.
Thank you, Trustee Saavedra. I support the comments made by my colleagues, and it's great to see the satisfaction levels of the program, right? Because that means we're implementing experiences for our students that are valued and appreciated, and they're priceless experiences in some cases, right? Kids will never experience certain things. Maybe they would have never got into golf or visited museums or done whatever we're offering them, kind of like the first time experiences for them. So I did have a question around because we have ELOP and then we have Reach at the same sites, right? Doing ACES. How's that looking in terms of how are we recruiting the students to ELOP, or is it is it competitive in any way, or is it complementary, or do we?
Well, I think parents who sign up their children for Reach have also, I mean, my own children went to Reach, when they were growing up, and it's a great program. And the parents are very comfortable with the staffing, and they're very comfortable with the program itself. Um, Think Together came along through ELOP just 2 or 3 years ago, and so, but they have built up the registration and that we just we flyer the school, we put it on the websites. Yeah, but they both do it,
Okay.
yeah, both programs, Reach and Think Together, both.
As well as the additional programs that are offered by, sorry to interrupt you, Sylvia. So it's, I don't want to say that it's not competitive. They're both trying to recruit students to participate in their programs. They both share with parents. Probably they set up tables when there's back to school night, open houses, and other parent events so that they can educate parents on the programs, and parents make the choice on what best meets the needs of their students. But we're also advertising the programs that our sites offer, that are site specific. Like one school can have photography and cooking, while the other one can have golfing and
Right.
basket weaving or whatnot. But there's different options, and so students have the choice to participate in different programs. What the nice thing is with how we're working with our ELOP funding is, let's say a student wants to take a photography class but still needs the after school enrichment program, they can step away from the program, participate in the photography class, and then go back to the enrichment program. So there's still that necessary. If parents say, I can't pick up my kid after school at 4 o'clock, I still need them to 6, we can't say it's one or the other. So that's also giving parents a lot more choice for the different programs that we have for our students.
So we're collaborating.
Correct.
Correct. And
With
that's,
our
I guess
teachers
that was kind of like
Yes.
my question. It's beneficial, right? Because we touch more students.
Yes. And it's more options.
And it's more
for our
options
parents
for,
and our
for the
families.
parents as
And
well.
the coordinators get along very well.
Yeah.
They do. They work together. They both support school events as well. So if there's like a back to school night, or if there's a parent conference or something
Everybody's
special,
there.
they're both there. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, we would want to have all the funds to grade the program and do more comprehensive. Maybe we'll get there in the future. I did want to ask in terms of dollars. We got a ELOP bucket, which is probably significant. Do we have enough funds to support, or can we do more? Like from the budget that we have, the ELOP dollars, is it adequate for what we're offering,
Correct.
or is there or there's still money we can spend? I guess
There's
that's my
still
question.
money we could spend and use for different programs and support our students, as long as we're supporting our TK through sixth grade
meet that
students first.
requirement.
We've got them, and we can like right now saying, oh my goodness, can we offer this? We look for different opportunities, and then we can look at supporting our 7th through 8th grade and even our 9th through 12th grade students. And that's how we're offering. We partnered with Learn to offer the before school support for our high school students.
Right. And I think that's important to note as some of the comments were made about expanding opportunities and programs for older youth as well. So I think we should continue that conversation, because if the money's there, obviously we want to spend it all. We don't
Yes.
want to give it back. So just kind of think strategically of how we can
Yes.
support our older students as well. Now that we met the threshold
Yes.
for our young ones. Okay. Well, those were my comments. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. Item 13C, presentation of the mid-year local control accountability plan update, LCAP, July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026.
Thank you. Good evening, superintendent, school board members, cabinet, and members of the community. Tonight we will present our mid-year update for the LCAP. Our district considers the LCAP to be the comprehensive planning document that captures the priorities, goals, and actions to improve student outcomes. So we last provided a mid-year LCAP last year in February. If you remember, in 2023, Senate Bill 114 required that the mid-year LCAP be presented no later than February 28 at a regularly scheduled board meeting. And in this meeting, we have to share with you all mid-year data, the metrics that are available, and then an update on our expenditures. So our fiscal director, Ms. Hunenberg, will review the budget overview for parents to begin.
Hello, good evening. As Jasmine just mentioned, the total LCFF funds at budget adoption was 76.9 million, and at mid-year LCAP it was 76.8. Not a significant change because right now, as we're working on second interim, we will have an update for the board because it doesn't change until we start looking at the enrollment and the ADA. So as I mentioned, it's only about $105,000, and that will change when we present second interim on March the 10th. At this point in the school year, some LCAP actions have not started, some are in progress, and some have been completed. The reason why you see some of the lower dollars on some of the goals and actions is because the district still has in place some contracts for services that haven't been rendered. They're going to be completed throughout the fiscal year, and we have some encumbrances for purchases that still haven't been received, so we still have those items pending. And what you see at the mid-year LCAP are only expenditures that have occurred through December 31st, 2025. So as we look at some of the goals and actions, the team will then make sure that they implement those expenditures and make sure that we provide the services for the students in accordance with the LCAP goals and actions. And so, and as we show you second interim, you'll also see some changes with those estimated actuals.
Thank you. So thank you very much. Tonight, we're going to be sharing with you an update on our LCAP metrics. At this point in the school year, some of the metric outcomes are unknown, some are still in progress, and some are known. We will review each goal and share updates on the metrics and the expenditures. Our LCAP Goal 1 reads that all students will receive standard aligned instruction and access to broad courses of study from highly qualified teachers in the safe, clean, and welcoming facilities. Before we begin sharing, I'd like to say that many of our metrics are summative and therefore will not have 2025-2026 data available until the end of the school year, and in some cases until the summer or late fall. For this reason, we may list the previous year's data in our LCAP annual update for some of the metrics. For instance, you can see we currently have no William complaints filed, for the 24-25 school year, which is also our desired outcome. For metric 1.4, our mid-year update is that for the 25-26 school year, we had 1 school site in exemplary repair, 8 in good repair, and 4 schools in fair repair. Our desired outcome, though, is for all our facilities to be maintained in good repair. This slide shows the other metrics we have for our LCAP Goal 1. You can see, for example, that for our mid-year update during the 25-26 school year, 43.1% of high school students enrolled in honors, advanced placement, international baccalaureate courses, which is slightly above our desired outcome of 40%. But when you see metric 1.7, which is a percentage of students enrolled in career technical education, you can see we're making progress toward our desired outcome, which is for 40% of high school students to be enrolled in CTE, as 29.6% of high school students are enrolled in career technical education for the 25-26 school year. The next slide provides information regarding the specific planned actions for Goal 1 and related expenditures. Again, it's important to keep in mind that expenditures reflect the estimated expenditures as of December 31st. Most of the actions shown on this slide are well underway as planned, and that progress is reflected in the expenditures. LCAP Goal 2, its actions and metrics will now be reviewed. Goal 2 states, El Rancho Unified School District will create an inclusive environment that fosters a feeling of safety and belonging among all students, parents, and staff. The next three slides provide a snapshot of metrics related to LCAP Goal 2 and the mid-year data currently available. As was the case with the previous goal, many of the metrics are summative in nature, and thus the school year's data is not currently available, and we're therefore sharing with you our most current data, which is for the 24-25 school year. As you can see, our desired outcome for metric 2.6, which is suspension rate, is for 2% suspension rate for all students and 10% for foster youth, 2% for Hispanic, 2% for English learners, 5% for students with disabilities, and 2% for socioeconomically disadvantaged students. For the 24-25 school year, the suspension rate for all students was 4.4% and 8.9% for foster youth, 4.4% for Hispanic, 4.7% for English learners, and 1.6 for students with disabilities, and 4.8 for socioeconomically disadvantaged students. Here are three more metrics we have for Goal 2. Our attendance rate for metric 2.7 continues to increase as the district's attendance rate was 92.4% for the 24-25 school year, and our desired outcome is for it to be 97%. Our district's chronic absenteeism rate is for it to decrease by 5% for all students, as well for each student group, and our desired expulsion rate is for it to be 0.1%, which for the 25-26 school year was 0.1%. Oh, I'm sorry, I should have said 24-25. I apologize. Our next two metrics are student surveys and high school dropout rates. Our student surveys for the California Healthy Kids Surveys, or CHICS, shows that for 24-25 school year, 71% of our fifth graders perceive their schools as very safe or safe, 62% of our seventh graders, while 51% of ninth graders and 59% of 11th graders perceive their schools as very safe or safe, and 75% of non-traditional students do as well. Our desired outcome is for 85% of our fifth graders, 61% of seventh graders, 57% of ninth graders, 64% of 11th graders, and 72% of non-traditional students to perceive their schools as very safe or safe. Our desired outcomes for the high school dropout rate is for it to be 3%, which for the 24-25 school year was a little slightly higher at 3.9%. The following two slides will show our budgeted expenditures for the action goal 2 and the estimated actuals. Most of the actions for this goal show that they are well underway as planned and that progress is reflected in the estimated actuals. As indicated on this slide, we have expanded funds as planned for our EduChimera comprehensive data system and have parent liaisons at our schools to support parents of ELs, low-income students, and foster youth. Funds for parent workshops will be expended during the remainder of the school year as well. This slide shows our budgeted expenditures and estimated actuals for the remaining actions of Goal 2. The board certificated behavior analyst is planned but however, we haven't spent money on using the BCBAs at this time.
I will now share some updates on Goal 3. Our Goal 3 is ERUSD will provide an effective instructional program to advance independence and establish academic preparedness that equips students to graduate college and career ready. This is our pupil outcome goals. And when we look at our metrics in slide 17, because our metrics are based on last year's data, we have all Goal 3 metrics with the exception of 3.15, 3.16, and 3.19. In this slide, we see growth in all of the metrics from our 22-23 baseline. So the way that we explain this is we create a baseline beginning with 22-23 data. We say in 3 years, our desired outcome, that's that middle column. And then we give you an update now. If you look at our update, we've exceeded where we were originally in our baseline. We go to our next slide, slide 18. This is also the metrics for Goal 3. And in this continuation of Goal 3 metrics, we also see great growth in all of the metrics from the 22-23 baseline. Our last slide with metrics is slide 19, and these are the final metrics. And here we see growth in the following metrics. So we see 311 EL reclassification increased, 312 graduation rate increased, and 313 CAS scores increased. In terms of our expenditures, the next two slides will provide a kind of an overview of where we are in expenditures. Some may seem low, but as Ms. Huntenberg shared, it's not inclusive of everything that we've done, and there are still things that will be added. So, for example, our academic programs, there are still pieces in there that we are pulling out to make sure they're coming out of this expenditure. Salaries, benefits need to be added. We still have not done our big tech refresh where we buy the Chromebooks for the following year. That's a big chunk of that access to technology fund. Another one that I would point out, sorry if I could go back. Usually we have two PD days embedded within our school year, the October day and the March day. This year our calendar only had one. And so that March PD day is not reflected. And thus our teacher salaries for that day and administrators are contributing actions for that one. In addition, we also have other pieces that need to be added. If you look at this one, college and career readiness, our AP exams, our IB exams, our fees for those, our stipends that we provide for taking those classes are also included. We also have our PD that needs to be included for classified. Again, that will be part of the March SIP day. Go for it.
So LCAP 4, our goal is that ERUSD will improve English learners' student performance by increasing the number of ELs reclassified by the end of the elementary school and reducing the number of long-term EL students in secondary school. You can see that we have 5 metrics for this goal where we look at the percentage of current English learners who progressed or maintained an English learner progress indicator level, English learner reclassification rate, ELA and Math CAT scores for English learners, and the summative LPAC results. This slide shows our budgeted expenditures and the estimated actuals for the 5 actions we have for Goal 4. Some of these actions have been implemented, but the estimated actuals are based on the expenditures cost at the end of the calendar year.
So our goal 5 is our equity multiplier goal. And originally we left it this way because we wanted to show that when we first got this funding, it was Salazar High School and the district office. Since then, it has changed and the district office program is VLA. That's no longer identified as a program. So now the goal is strictly for Salazar High School. In addition, if you look at the goal, the CTE pathway is no longer part of it. They are in the red for suspension, so it changed a little bit. So in this goal, it will increase student engagement in college and career readiness by increasing the number of students completing a CTE pathway by June 2025, including Hispanic socioeconomically disadvantaged and students with disabilities at Salazar and Hispanic and English learner students in district office program. That's the original goal. Now we're removing the virtual academy because they are no longer identified as equity multiplier, and we're removing the CTE pathway. So now what we are focusing on is the suspension rate and math achievement at Salazar High School specifically. Now, this is part of the LCAP, but the funding is completely separate. The funding that is used for Goal 5 is strictly equity multiplier funding. So when we look at their metrics, you can see that 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.8, 5.9 are no longer required because those were connected either to VLA or to college and career readiness. Because those are no longer applicable, they're removed. But now we had to add different metrics. So what we added this year are 511 and 512, which focus specifically on that math performance. So that's where they are in the red, and that's where we need to put our services and actions. So when we look at their data, Salazar showed a decrease in all suspension rate metrics from the baseline, except for 5.7, which stayed the same. So if you look, originally in 22-23, our suspension rate for Salazar was 9.1 across the school. It is now down to 8.6. For Hispanic students, it was 9.2. We are now down to 8.8. For students with disability, it was 13.3. It is down now to 9.4. Low income stayed the same at 9.1. What we introduced was the metric with CASP, and our baseline was the 23-24 because we're always a year behind, and it was 0.93 originally, and then 1.1 for low income students. That was 0 this year, so we need to do some additional work. So when we look at our actions that are funded by Equity Multiplier have to address those needs. So we kept the career tech education pathway in there, even though it wasn't part of it, because we know that's an engagement for our kids. And we know it's going to help us with suspension rate if our kids feel connected and are feeling good about what they're learning and see purpose in what they're studying. So we kept that there. The Feed First program, that was originally planned, but as you know, this year we added an advisement period to Salazar to form that connection with our students. It's a 25-minute period, and the principal has found it difficult to schedule the Feed First program. We also tried pulling the kids from PE class that also did not work effectively. So he is committed to looking at other programs that will fit that need, but that's why that expenditure is zero. Student support and advisement period, what we put money there is to make sure that we're providing teachers with professional development, resources, and release time to develop what is going to best work for advisement. Is it a program? Is it check-ins? So that's money for them to use to build up that advisement period. The math instructional materials adoption, we put it there as an action, no expenditure, because we're paying that contract that's coming up board with you guys today through our lottery funds. But we wanted to show LACO here is another way that we're looking at increasing math performance. Math training for staff, it's at zero. Our TOSA just met with them today. So we're using some of this money not only to provide them more training, but also pull out time to plan to see how we can best embed this math instruction. Math training for staff, well, also math tutoring. So we're about halfway there. We have 2 full-time math teachers at Salazar. Each of those teachers has a dedicated learn prep tutor with them all day. So every one of those math classes has a tutor supporting students. And so we're using that money to increase the math performance. In closing, we are very proud of the following accomplishments. So the suspension rate for Salazar High School decreased for all subgroups except for low income students, which remained at 9.1. CTE completion rate increased for the second year in a row. College and career readiness increased for all student groups. It's especially important to note that it's not just overall, it's for all groups, because we can't just focus on overall we're doing great. We need to look at all individual groups. Our A through G completion rate increased, again, for all student groups. LPAC percent proficient and our reclassification rate increased. CAST overall met exceeded percentage increase for all tested grade levels, so elementary, middle, and high school. And our graduation rate increase. Lastly, we just want to share that we acknowledge and sincerely thank all our staff, classified and certificate, for all this effort. This isn't just a group of people. This is everybody. This is our parents. This is our students. This is a reflection of all the work that we've been doing, not just this past year. This is years of work that we've been trying. And it's very exciting for me because we've been waiting to see this growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the facts, the data, and all that. It's comprehensive, and I appreciate the time it took to put it together. And we will now take it to the board for questions or comments. And I'll start with Trustee Perez.
Thank you. I know it's sorry, the presentation. I know it's a lot of work and a lot of time behind it, so thank you for that. I'm in Mombre, so remind me, what year are we in the LCAP? Are we in the second year, first year?
Yes, second year. So next year we get to wrap this one up and write a whole new one.
Okay, good. So so one of my questions is, so for example, the tutoring support funds, we haven't spent as much. Are you saying because we're getting the funding from somewhere else?
So we're getting the funding for Salazar High School through the Equity Multiplier Fund. That's at 16,000, and we have to show actions to use that funds to address their area need. However, we have four dedicated prep learn tutors at math tutors at El Rancho High School. Those are coming out of SNC because El Rancho doesn't get that separate fund. So we still have additional money that we can use, but we're using 2 pots of funds. We're also, some sites are using Title I, so, and ELOP for after school.
So
Okay, that's why I was, oh, sorry.
No. So there's different buckets, and we're trying to empty every bucket, but we're getting a little bit from each one. So the services are being provided for our students, but we're using different funding sources for that.
And we're also trying to work our way through the fundings that are sunsetting next. So if we know educator effectiveness is up June 2026, we're going to pull from there first because the other one might have a longer term.
Got it. Okay, no, that makes sense. Yeah, because I know it's a broken record, but the CAS scores in math, it just it needs to increase, right? As well as Salazar. I know you've already talked about Salazar in your plan for Salazar, but just for me, as a teacher, the number one thing was tutoring. Other than the teacher, itself and education, it's tutoring. So if we have the money, even if we're getting it from somewhere else, like the one-on-one tutoring, other avenues, like for me, use all that money for tutoring because I feel like that's the biggest impact that you'll make for a student, specifically in math, to review, to go over. And so that's why I was just making sure. And then, uh, duh, 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 sorry. And then I do want to highlight that, we did increase in the math, and so that was great for some of it. But again, just using all the funding that we have to focus on that. So that was all, but thank you again for the presentation.
Oh, thank you. And I know the board requested to look at Learn for additional tutors, and we want to add tutors. We do have our math interventionists now at each of our secondary sites. In addition to already what provides that personalized learning path, so every kid's getting the needs that they have met on an individual basis based on those lessons. But we would like to expand tutoring to include other classes like chemistry, classes that are difficult for our students, where we could require more support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Perez. Trustee Contreras?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation first and foremost, and also for the clarification on funding. That was going to be one of my questions as well, and it is very important that we use the funding um, as best as possible, right? So the dates, the expiration dates on funding, and be able to use as much funding as possible. The other concern I have, or maybe comment, is that we use or we let our parents know and get our parents involved because at one of the other presentations we went to, a lot of parents didn't know that tutor.com was available, so and I don't know, as far as these tutor options that we're making for our students, making sure our parents are aware of it, because a lot of times the students don't want to take it, or they don't make the parents aware of it, and it should be in conjunction with the teacher, the tutor, and the parent involved also, to make sure that the student is getting the best education possible. Other than that, I think I front-loaded another question, and I'm sure I'll get the answer to that as well. So thank you very much for the presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Contreras. Definitely, we're trying to create more awareness. I think one of the first topics in our newsletter with Ms. Julissa was tutor.com, that we wanted to highlight that piece. One of the parts that has been a great surprise to us is originally when we put in the interventionist, we thought that the secondary kids would feel a certain type of way about being pulled out for intervention, but they really haven't. We've spoken to all 4 schools, and they say that the interventionists say that when they walk into the classrooms, the kids will say, "Hey, you haven't pulled me out this week. Hey, when am I going to go in?" So the fact that our kids feel comfortable and are open to that tutoring support was a huge fear that we had, that was going to be an obstacle. So our kids want the support, and so we want to be sure to provide it for them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. Trustee Mejia?
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for highlighting the accomplishments. It's really good to see growth. I just want to get clarification back to the funding part of it, as far as what wasn't expended. Just so it's specifically what has been expended is what's showing not encumbered as well, or is it both?
It's only what I've expended as of December 31st.
Oh, why not encumbered as well? And I only say this because it looks like we're not spending it, and it looks
Because the term is kind of loosely written, the estimated actuals. So we have to look at our actual ledgers. So, and that's what actually hit our ledgers. And that's, if we were to print a report, that is what we see as expended.
right. And I
So
have
the
seen other.
encumbrances are different. I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead. You weren't
And
finished.
the encumbrances are still there. They haven't been expended yet.
I think the district list expended and encumbered. So I don't know if maybe we can get clarification if it's, and don't, again, the only reason I say this is because it looks like we're not spending it, and we are, or allocated as well, right? So it just a clarifying question. If we can get that in a weekly update, that'd be appreciated. Okay. But thank you though. I appreciate that. The other thing, a question that I had, and that was answered, was regarding CTE. What are we going to do to increase it specifically? I think the goal is 40%, and I know that you've responded, but if you could just share a little bit on that.
So a couple of things that we're doing, we surveyed our students to find out their interests. And so one of the things that we're trying to be really strategic about is what we're offering, not only to Tri-Cities ROP, but also with Rio Hondo, right? So Rio Hondo, we have our Administration of Justice Certificate, Elementary Education, our Automotive, and our Business Academy. Those are our 4 pathways. One of the things that we're looking at is welding. And so we want to start welding in the fall. That won't actually be a class during the school day. It'll be an after class. I'll do the lecture at El Rancho High School. And then they will go to Rio Hondo to do the lab until we can purchase our own lab that we can set up on our facilities. And then our kids will have access to all 4 courses within our program. We had a phenomenal welding program. When I got to El Rancho in 2002, I would hear about this program. Mr. Matthews is nodding. I remember the senior prank that I heard about where they took apart a bug and reassembled it around the flagpole. Sonia's nodding, yeah. So we had a phenomenal program. We want to bring those skills back. Another update. One of the things, I'm an animal person, and I know a lot of our kids are animal people. So in speaking to Tri-Cities ROP, we talked about, can we look at a vet tech or a vet assistant program? I spoke to their superintendent last Friday, and he said we can make it happen for the fall. So I think it's maybe cutting back on some sections that don't have those enrollment numbers that we need, and offering a little bit more variety so that all our students feel reflected in the interest of their interest reflected in our course offerings. And we don't have to have everything during the day. We could do some of it after school, because I know for some kids it poses an issue of, I want to take this, I want to take that, and allow our kids the opportunity to explore, right? What am I interested? I think I want to be a mechanic, but maybe I want to be a nurse. Maybe I do one semester, another semester. So those are some of the ways that we're exploring it. In talking to our kids, especially with the little libraries, just a sense of pride that they get when they build something. I know Mr. Lafarga was trying to buy a guitar off of one of our students the other day, but I think they feel a pride of, look at what I can do.
Thank you so much. And then the other thing is the interventionist that you started at the high school. This is the first year, right?
Yes.
So I know that we're going to have improvement because of that, because some of the kids that are from El Rancho, they're going to Salazar, right? So again, having those supports in place, it will pay dividends. So thank you again for the presentation, and I appreciate all the questions that were answered.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Trustee Saavedra?
Thank you. So what she said. So I also had a similar question about for example, the parent education portion says like maybe 600 or 587. I don't remember what the number was. But obviously, there's so many parent workshops going on. We see them, we attend them. So if for somebody looking at it might think, man, they don't spend anything. But we have grants, we have this, we have that. We have recently some alumni that come back that offered the financial literacy at the high school, right? So, and that's free. So, if there could be maybe some sort of an asterisk or something that says, well, this is what we would have spent if had not been for this. I appreciate that you guys recognize our areas for improvement with Salazar. We were able to see firsthand with that Learn tutor in the classroom, and it looked like phenomenal, right? Just the extra support, having that extra adult in the room that could come and say, "Hey, let me sit you down, let me help you out." I The A through G completion rates across the board for all students. I fully believe that we need to give our students options and just make the world available to them, right? So you have A through G, you have CTE. When you become a senior and decide, hey, no, this is not the path I want to go, well, you have another path you can take, or there's multiple paths for you. I know that Trustee Mejia had brought up in the past a framework for EL. So if that was ever put out, I know that you know we could use the support when in terms of the LPAC and the ELRS reclassification. And yeah, just the CTE. I know the enrollment is down, but the completion is up, right? And there's a lot of also getting that word out to people that don't know. because there's a lot of parents and stuff that still I always talk to people in the community and parents when I meet them till I'm blue in the face about everything that the district has. And that's one of the things that, oh, I didn't know we had that, or I didn't know, oh, you could do that. Yeah, you just go to the adult store, or just go to here, or go to there, right? So that's it. But I know you guys are working really hard, so I appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you, Trustee Saavedra. I actually don't have any other questions, and the same questions was honing in around the spending and the variance and making it seem like, we're not spending the allocated dollars, but you've explained it well, so thank you for that. And I guess maybe one question would be, do you have any concerns with any of our areas of focus and goals and actions?
I think I'm gonna go opposite, Mr. LaFarga, because as Mr. Vader and you were speaking, one of the things I kept um, playing in my head is I don't think I've ever seen the district as cohesive in terms of communication and collaboration across grade span. I'm like I know Ms. Delgado is going to talk about it, but our middle schools are doing their first fifth grade night. Each of the middle schools are going to host, right? So that articulation and those conversations, right? And then um, in this with the site support and with our math and TOSA support, one of the things that happened at the science cohort is we had one of the high school teachers come and present to the middle school science teachers about the pathways in science at the high school. And the science middle school teacher said, well, why doesn't everybody know this? And then they looked at Miss Odell and said, well, why don't you guys present this to parents at the math nights? So now our math nights have become math and science high school pathway nights, right? So not only are our middle school parents learning about what's going on in middle school math, but now we're targeting the eighth graders and saying, if you go to El Rancho, there's biomedical. If you go to El Rancho, there's AP Calc, there's IB. So one of the concerns I guess that I have is um, not with one of it's yes, having sometimes our efforts don't show in the metrics. I'm glad that this year that they are, but making sure that we're being very strategic about what we're doing. So we have the intervention is how do we make sure that we're using them to their best ability? How are we capturing all those stories and all those needs and not letting any students fall through the cracks?
I do want to add that the concern I have is what we can do to better communicate with our families and parents of what's happening. I know it's brought up that like tutor.com that parents don't know about it. We've offered virtual meetings for parents and invited them to attend to explain what tutor.com is. We've set at tables to pass out flyers to educate parents what it is. But even though we said, oh, we've asked principals to include it in newsletters and uh, parent square, but that's not working. So what is it we need to do to make sure parents are reading and becoming aware of it? So we've tried X, Y, and Z, but maybe we need to try LMNOP, not ABC. Like something's working. So we need to work together and collaborate on what we can do to make sure our parents, our students, and our community are aware of what's happening. Because I do the same thing. I'll go to a doctor's appointment. They're, oh, you're an educator. I'm like, oh, this is what we said. I didn't know that. So I think we're promoting it, but we need to make sure all our parents are hearing the same message.
And I appreciate you sharing that. I think the more it's top of mind on things that we can improve, the better. And whatever we need to do as a board to support those efforts, just make us aware, and we're right behind you. But again, thank you so much for the comprehensive report. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. Okay, item 13D, presentation on water quality and drinking fountain filtration systems. I think we have a stand-in, Mr. Anthony Diaz.
Hello, good evening. Um, Good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent, Cabinet, and community members. I'll be presenting the water quality update. Filling in, like you said, for Dave Compton. Unfortunately, couldn't be here tonight. We'll send our best wishes to him if he's watching. So, transparency and communication. When it comes to our children's health, transparency and communication is key. Here's what we know and what we are doing about it. Transparency starts with listening. Our family's questions and feedback directly shape how we communicate about our water quality. Student safety guides every decision. Water safety is not just a compliance issue, it is a health priority we take personally. Facts over assumptions. This presentation will reflect the most current verified information available to the district and the community. Where our water comes from. Residents of Pico Rivera receive water from either Pico Rivera Water Authority or Pico Water District, depending on their location. Both water provides pump local, deep groundwater wells, which are regulated source. Understanding where our water originates is an important first step to evaluating safety. Regulatory framework. Federal U.S. EPA, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency established baseline limits on substances permitted in public drinking water, setting a nationwide standard of safety. State. In California, the State Water Resource Control Board enforces limits that are at least as stringent as U.S. EPA's. Historically, California has adopted the stricter thresholds than required at nation levels. Both agencies play an important role. We encourage our families to review the standards directly at waterboardsca.gov. PFOS and understanding the concern. The State Water Resource Board ordered communities' water systems statewide to test for PFOS chemicals, including PFOS and PFOS, back in 2019. Tested. Pico Water District was amongst those tested. Results demonstrating compliance with all state and federal drinking water standards. In 2020, as of July 1st, 2020, water districts must inform customers of any test results for PFOS and PFOS exceeding the response level. Ongoing, the state continues researching PFOS impact that is performed as a precautionary health-based measure to inform the public. We recognize that regulatory standards continue to evolve and we are monitoring developments closely. Just for the community, PFOS are also known as forever chemicals. I know a lot of people have heard that terminology, so that when we do speak of PFOS, that's what we're speaking about. Action taken to protect our community. At the city level, 2 new water treatment facilities are now online and serving customers. Well, we're told a 3rd treatment unit is expected to be operational in the next coming weeks. This represents the beginning of a long-term effort to improve community water quality. For our Rancho Unified, proactively beginning, we installed water filters in 2019. Filters are installed on drinking fountains, bottle fillers, kitchen faucets, and classroom sinks. Filters replace regularly per manufacturer's specifications. Actively seeking advanced filtration technology for improved student protection. I know that with technology changing and different filtration systems that are coming out, we're actively looking and we're aware of certain vendors in the local communities that we're working with currently to improve our filtration systems throughout the district. The Maintenance and Operation Department is committed to transparency, proactive safety measures, and providing accurate information to our community. We will continue to invest in filtration, monitor water quality, and keep the lines of communication open. And that would be the end of the presentation. And thank you if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diaz. Appreciate the presentation. We'll open it up for questions and comments. Trustee Saavedra. Thank you. Trustee Mejia.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz, for the presentation. I don't have any questions. I just want to say thank you to our superintendent for bringing this item forward. I know that there was a comment made at our last board meeting, and I think it's important for our families to have peace of mind that the water is safe. And I really appreciate that the district invests in the filtration and that it was done proactively.
Yes.
So again, thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Trustee Contreras.
Yes, thank you again for the presentation. And just to piggyback on what Trustee Mejia just stated, I think the concern more so was not the water itself within the city. We know that the city is doing its best and doing great efforts in getting the water to the meter. as best as possible, as clean as possible. And our concern, or our concern should be from the meter to the fountain. I think some of the concerns expressed were at the actual fountain itself. How many times are we checking to see if those fountains are being cleaned? Is there a checkoff list? Is there what type of actions are we taking to making sure that every fountain we have at our school, from the filter to the actual spigot itself, are they being maintained? Are they being cleaned? I think those are the concerns that were shared at the last board meeting. But the information given on this presentation, I think it's a little bit more geared towards what the city is doing to get the water to the meter. I think the concerns more so were from the meter to the mouth, basically.
Good question. We do, as far as cleaning, we do clean our faucets every day. Our custodial staff is responsible for the outside and inside faucets. As far as the filtration system, we do have a database that is located at the M&O department, where we're monitoring where our filters are at each school site, where they're located, how long that they've been used for. There usually depends on the usage of the filters. Manufacturer says sometimes it's a year, sometimes it's specifically per gallons, but we do have custodial staff that's proactively monitoring them. So there's little indications that do tell us that if the filter needs to be changed out, it starts to get clogged, the custodial staff will change it out themselves. They do have extra cartridges on them at their sites. So they're being proactive at their sites. For us in the maintenance yard, like I said, we do have a database of where all of our locations are, how often we need to change them out. We do get filters, annually, just so we have some on basis, just so when we do encounter these things, we're changing them out constantly. Our custodial staff is well trained in what chemicals we're supposed to be using on our sinks, on our drinking fountains. Everything is sorry. Everything is EPA approved. So, as we're cleaning and as we're making sure our fountains are safe and standard for the kids to be drinking out of them, especially the bottle fillers and the bubblers in the classroom and the outside. So we do have a routine with our staff. Day custodians are monitoring the outside. They're cleaning those constantly throughout the day. Night custodians are responsible for the ones inside the classrooms.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. Trustee Perez.
No, just thank you for the presentation. Just because I think sometimes, as students, we just drink it and we trust the district. So thank you, just for Dora, to bring us to the board and just to know where our water is coming from. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, echoing the same comments. I don't have any questions for you, but important information to know, and I want you to know my kids never complain about the water at the high school. So
All right. Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time.
No,
Thank you for coming out.
very much. Have a good night.
Okay. Moving on to item 14, discussion. Bear with me. It's quite a few readings of board policies we will be reviewing. I know they were front loaded in our board update on Saturday, so hopefully you've had a chance to review those. So A, receive the first reading and adopt board policy 0441, artificial intelligence. Are we approving or we're just discussion? We're just discussing, right?
These are
Right.
for first reading.
First reading. So any board comments? Trustee Mejia?
Just one minor typo. That number 3, considerations, missing the N. And then item 3, it says consideration, missing the N. We're on 0441.
Yes, 0441. Artificial intelligence.
Just a minor typo there. And then I did have a question regarding the Um, the word should versus shall. Um, so for number 5, it says AI should be implemented in a manner. Um, so that one I'm okay with, but like number 6, the district should prioritize. I think it should be shall prioritize rather than should. Um, Same thing with number 7, the district should provide ongoing professional development for staff. I think the word should be, it should be shall. Shall is a stronger word and it's a priority, so I think it should be shall. Unless you guys think otherwise.
Any objections to the recommended updates by Trustee Mejia to use shall instead of should?
And that would be for item also for number 8 and 9.
Ms. Mejia, I missed your number 3 recommendation. For number 3, you mentioned something, I didn't hear you.
Okay, so for the first one is just the typo on item number 3, adding the end to consideration. And then the next one is number 6, the district shall prioritize rather than should. Same thing with number 7 for the professional development. The district shall provide ongoing rather than should. Same thing with number 8, community engagement. The district shall engage with the community rather than should. The last one is continuous improvement. The district shall regularly rather than should.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Any additional comments from the board? Hearing none. 14.
I have some. Sorry, I don't know if you can see me.
Oh, yes. Go right ahead.
Thank you. So I know the policies are a theory, right? And they're not a lot of details. I know that's, that's how we do it. But I do have a question, or somebody. Do we have any processes in?
Trustee Perez?
Yeah.
Can you repeat the beginning part? We didn't
Sorry.
catch it.
Sorry. No, I know that these policies are more like theory and very concise. They're not like exact, right? They're not a lot of information. But I am curious, it mentions the security and privacy piece, and that's the biggest thing with AI, right? Do we currently have processes in place for if a teacher wants to bring an AI tool to the school, like are there processes in place to look over the security and privacy?
Anytime that a site wants to purchase or adopt a tech platform, they would have to do what's called a tech request form that requires first IT to check it for safety and making sure that it's securing student safety. It's not a data breach. It's not going to make our server in any way vulnerable. Then Ed Services checks it for alignment in terms of the use of the budget, appropriateness, and then we ask the site to also come up with goals as to what metrics we're going to use to measure the effectiveness of it. So, for example, if a site wanted to bring, and they had to have brisk, not only did that come from for board approval, but it also went through that security process beforehand.
Okay, thank you. Now you're like, I remember I did look at that. Sorry, a really quick follow-up question. When it comes to software with AI, there's always updates, right? There's always third parties that get involved. Um, how are we making sure that we're checking that? Is like once the teacher says, okay, great, I can use this program. If the program has any type of update with a third party, are we as a district keeping tabs on that?
Yeah, so I believe we would get notified, and it's part of our contract agreement that any of those
Okay.
updates be communicated to us. But one of the things that we do is for all of these different platforms, we have customer success, or some call them customer success managers or different, customer rep that our IT office will contact in case we have issues. We have had a couple of instances where a program updates and like a switch is flipped the opposite way and we're not aware and then we find out a little bit later, but we're trying to do a thorough job of checking those as we go.
Okay. Thank you. Because that's the biggest thing with that task force that I was in for CSBA. It's making sure the privacy and security, that the software that we're using is great. And they're doing they're doing great with the data, but maybe they're using a third party that isn't, doing as great. And so just making sure we're aware. But those are all my comments. Thank you.
And also in addition to that, any agreement with a third party has to come before the board, and they really have to spell out what it is that they're doing in terms of information that's requesting to be shared from the district.
And I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact name of the list. I can put in the board update, but there is a list of platforms that are approved to meet a school district security guidelines. And so one of the things that we do is whenever they are brought to us, that's the first thing we look at. And if they are not part of the list and they are not willing to sign the agreement that entails all those requirements, we do not work with them.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Perez. I think Trustee Mejia has one more edit on the first.
Yeah, just another minor typo on number 6. New practices regarding AI. It just has the letter A only.
I know last time we did the first reading of some of them, it was some letters were missed, and there was an explanation that is just
It's just the way CSBA provided it to us this time. One, it's really small for us to see, and we can't make it any bigger. I mean, it's just, go ahead.
If I may ask, so you're not downloading it as Word? You can.
The edits are directly to their system. Very different from when we did it before. Go ahead, Dean.
It's in the acceptance of the sample policy within the system that sometimes makes these little subtle changes where you'll put the letters in, and as it's being pasted in there, it will pull it out.
Pull it out.
Technical glitch. Even in some of the samples, we see where we're catching their typos that are coming into the system.
Interesting.
And it's only was like the L's was the one from last week. It happens consistently where if there's a double L, it drops the first L.
So who's doing the review of those as we, or
We have 2-3 people reviewing it, so we're reviewing it as cabinet. Then our secretary reviews it, and then somebody at the district office is reviewing it. And even with that, we're trying.
okay. Was there a way, Ms. Mejia, to download?
Well, I know that in the past, when you go to the sample, you were able to download it as a Word file, and it has like you're able to get the reasons why there's certain changes. I'm sure you still have that, but I understand now that we've moved to the having it. It's the policies that are living within the CSBA platform, correct? That's
Correct.
why we're doing.
And even if you do the Word file, it's when you're implementing them to be accepted into our policy manual that it creates some of the problems. So even after we made it correct, when it goes in, we have to check it again to make sure.
Have we reported that bug to CSBA?
Ms. Mejia, what was the consideration one we mentioned? Sorry, because I'm on the policy now. Where was consideration misspelled?
It is on item number 3. Careful consideration of potential biases.
The N was missing. Is the N missing there? It's a lot of work. I mean, we're sitting here. Trustee Mejia was very thorough about this.
There's a little, yeah. I'll submit a complaint to CSBA.
We got to figure this one out. I mean, this is all about AI, right? It's kind of AI can take a picture of something and put it into words.
Because we didn't even edit it. So when we edit it, it turns green for any corrections. This is originally from them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood. Thank you.
Apologies for you're experiencing this. It's triple the work.
Yeah. It just has like A by itself.
Okay.
It has the consideration.
All right. Well, then don't take it personal when we're like, hey.
That's a good question.
Okay. Thank you. So,
Hector,
Ms.
sorry,
Pratt?
I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
I'm just confused. So, because I was going to make a note for another policy that there was a letter missing. So you're saying that you can't edit it. So even if you put this on like a spell checking thing, like Grammarly or something, like it's going to still mess up kind of thing?
I think what Mr. Cochran was mentioning, so if you find something, absolutely we can correct it. What Mr. Cochran was saying is that sometimes the way the system is, you'll add an L to it and then it drops it afterwards. Yeah.
But into the system, right? Not like these PDF files that are being created for the meetings, you're just grabbing from the system. Is that how it works?
No, we're working directly through Simbly. The way they have it set up this time is we have to work directly through their platform.
Oh, okay. So you can't spell check on their platform, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay. Thank you.
Technical glitch on their end.
Yeah, I mean, but that's bad. That's so
Archaic.
yeah. Thank you.
Okay, well, we'll power through this because there'll probably be more that we have to address. So everybody good with 14A to move forward? Yes. Okay. 14B, receive the first reading revised board policy administrative regulation 0460, local control and accountability plan. Comments from the board? Yes, Trustee Mejia?
Sorry.
So another typo, the LCAP shall, it's missing the missing the LL on shall. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sixth paragraph is highlighted in green. And then on page number 2, I do have a question regarding paragraph number 5, where it says at risk promise. Can we keep? Is there a reason why we're not able to keep at promise rather than at risk? Is it because of the ed code?
It was probably the language recommended in CSB, but I let me review and see if we can change that. Because they give us the recommendation, that's recommended language they give us.
We have, I believe we have the ability to use whatever language we have within our district. And I know we do not like to say at risk. We use at promise youth, which we have for other policies. So we'll look at that and change that.
Thank you. And then the other thing is that the advisory for DLAC is strictly, it's written in here in paragraph 3. So I was just wondering why we're not doing for paragraph 1 the DAC committee rather than establish a parent advisory committee. Is that because we wanted to be totally separate from DAC?
I'm trying to make sure I'm looking at the
Sorry,
same thing
page
you're looking.
page number 2 under advisory committees on paragraph 1. So paragraph 3, as I stated, it's specific to DLAC. Just wondering why we're not using DAC.
DLAC has to is part of it's part of ed code. It's that we must have a DLAC, and a parent advisory could be DAC or another parent advisory. So it just gives us that general terminology. But DLAC we must have a DLAC.
Got it.
We must not have a DAC,
But
we must have a parent advisory.
correct. So can we say parent advisory or DAC? Can we add that? Or is that prohibited?
I could check, but DAC can be parent advisory, but parent advisory can't be DAC. It's one of those that we flip it. So that's why it gives us that flexibility to use
Just
it.
keeping it loose.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then I think that's all I had for that one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Any other comments? Hearing none. 14C, receive for first reading revised board policy 1000 concepts and roles. Board comments?
Did you pass the AR? The regulation? Did we do both?
We did A, B, and now we're on C.
I'm sorry. There was it's okay. I didn't have anything on that one.
Okay. Any comments from the rest of the board?
I just go back to the whole spelling thing. Oh, sorry, and just a question, maybe I'm misunderstanding, because there's policies that are coming up that I know that there's misspellings, and I don't want to kind of do it again. Can't we just put this in, like, since this is a PDF, right? Can't we just put this in a Word doc and like spell check it for us and then do it and edit kind of thing before we add it to the board up like agenda?
We will do that after first reading. Before it comes back to second reading, we will make sure that all of the spelling errors are taken care of and we edit the documents.
Okay, and so then just moving forward for the next policies, do you want us to shout out the spelling, or are you going to handle that?
We'll take care of it, and it'll.
Okay.
We're hoping, we're hoping that, well, even for after, once we talk to CSB a little bit more, that we're able to find a solution to this problem. We had to get these in pretty quickly, and we had just started working on this new system. but hopefully by the next time we send the next group in, that we'll be able to submit a document without the spelling errors.
Yeah, and that's a great
Okay.
idea, Trustee Perez. You can copy the text and put it on Word and do the spell check.
Yeah, I don't want to, because there's another policy that I saw missed. So I'm like, I don't want to again raise my hand and stop, and waste time if you're gonna already handle that and I'll just, wait for the second one.
No, not from the system. It's from the PDF that's provided. So
No, I mean like if they're gonna after this gonna put all the PDFs into the spell checking, then I won't make my comment right now so that, they'll be handled. Thank you. That's
thank you. Any other comments on 14C? Yes, we need a motion to extend our board meeting. Let's do to 11 o'clock.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra, Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Contreras, Trustee Perez.
Yeah, and there's no one present in the room over the age of 18. And yes.
Yes, I apologize. Yes.
Thank you, Trustee, and myself, yes. Motion passes to extend the meeting. Okay. Now we're on item 14D. Received for first reading revised board policy and administrative regulation 1312.2 complaints concerning instructional materials. Board comments? Hearing none, we will move on to 14E. Receive for first reading revised board policy 3516.5 emergency schedules. Board comments?
Just had a quick question on that, Board President, if I may.
Yes, of course.
So regarding the comprehensive safety plan, to include a instructional continuity plan, will that be done at the next round?
The continuity plans will include safety plans, and they should be included in these as well. They're submitted, and they should be actually reviewing them with their school site counselor or the safety plans by March 1st, and we'll take them to approval before the summer.
Got it. And they're detailed as far as for the
To include what our
continuity, the continuity plan.
So it's a general one for the district, not specific to the site, because we have to, depending on the emergency or situation.
Thank you for the clarification. And my other question is on the, let me see, oh my goodness. I did like when they had the numbers instead, so I could say line number 25, where it says board policy administrative regulation 35-16, emergencies and disasters plan. It kind of it's by itself, right? Should it be moved up? The second to the last paragraph.
We're following the recommendation from CSBA and the placement of it. So if you're talking about board policy /
Well,
administrative regulation 3516,
this is why I asked, because the sentence says, whenever the school day schedule changes after students have arrived at school, the superintendent or designee shall ensure that students are supervised in accordance with the procedures specified in, and then it's blank. So that's what I'm saying. What's missing there? Or does it mean that we have to move that other one up, or should the plan be listed there instead?
And I think we need to ask because the way they have it, I don't know if it's to highlight the changes, but I'm wondering if once they're adopted, that they format it for us. I believe Jenny says that they format it for us afterwards. So yes, part of that paragraph that you just read, where it says specified in board policy / administrative regulation 3516.
And that's why I said, does it need to move? Because it's
Yes.
weird the way it's
Ending
ending
out. Yeah, I think that once we adopt them, then CSBA formats it for us before it's actually published. But I will clarify that. I'll
Okay.
make sure to check on that.
And then the last paragraph that's struck out, that's also a recommendation from CSBA, that the students and parents shall receive timely notice in advance of in any changes in the school calendar or school day schedule. It's struck out because it was recommended.
yeah, are you looking at board policy or AR?
I'm sorry, I'm still on the board policy.
it's based on the recommendation for them. And then sometimes the order changes, so that in moving it to cross out and move it up.
Okay. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Any other comments on 14E? 14F, receive for first reading revised board policy 5141.5, mental health. Trustee Mejia? No?
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so under information and training, paragraph 2, I know that it has, per ed code, ensure that all certificated employees and 40% of classified employees, the 40% is kind of, I think it should be all, if possible, rather than 40%. I know it's based on ed code, but I know that we do have the authority to possibly modify it, right? So why wouldn't it be all rather than just 40% of classified? Is it possible to do that, or any reason why it's besides it being a recommendation or an amendment?
Followed the exact, that language is the exact language of the new law that went into place. Previously, there was no classified requirement.
Right.
And so part of that too would be, and that's classified that has contact with students.
Correct.
So part of that, and leaving with the recommendation was, we have a lot of classified staff, for example, even in my department, that pick up as the year goes on. And so to make sure that they'd be able to start work, we would not want to, if it says all, we wouldn't allow them to be able to start work until they've had that completed training, which could inhibit us being able to keep up with our IEPs or being able to provide legally mandated services potentially if we were that restrictive.
Okay.
We can go over and do more, but that was the minimum requirement to meet the law.
Got it. And then the other one that I had was a paragraph right after that. So it removes exposure to trauma. And I know that you're going by the recommendations, but is that something that we could add? Because that's something that's real.
Where are we at?
The paragraph right after that we were discussing, where it's the highlighted in pink has exposure to trauma is struck out, and it's replaced by an anxiety disorder, depression, eating disorder, and other severe or disabling mental illnesses. Can we add exposure to trauma back, or is that something that we wouldn't want to add? We can come back to it after, I mean, just if we can make a note of it and we could research.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Any other comments on 14F? Okay, thank you. Hearing none anymore. 14G.
Sorry, I did have one more.
Okay.
Just
Going back to F.
page number 2, it does talk about the posters that highlight the resources. Do we have 15% of Spanish speakers at the high school? Because it does talk about the poster in English, and if there's 15% of another language, it should be in that language as well. So if we could just, again, not right now, but if we could take a look at that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. 14G, received first reading revised board policy 5145.3, non-discrimination harassment. Board comments? Hearing none. 14H, received for first reading and deletion of board policy and an administrative regulation 5148, child care and development.
5148.2.
5148, yes. Not point two. That's the
Oh,
next
that's
one.
afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm okay.
Yeah. Hearing none for H. Moving on to 14I, this is the one. Receive for first reading revised board policy and administrative regulation 5148.2 before after school programs. Any comments?
Just,
Trustee Mejia?
just the one, it has at-risk students again, if we could just put, consider at promise as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Any additional board comments? Hearing none, 14J, receive for first reading revised board policy and administrative regulation 5148.3, preschool and early childhood education. Board comments? Hearing none, 14K, receive for first reading revised board policy and administrative regulation 6141.2, recognition of religious beliefs and customs. Board comments? Hearing none, 14L, receive for first reading revised board policy 6141.4, International Baccalaureate Program. Board comments?
So I think that the only question that I have, it does talk about grades 7 through 12. So I'm hoping at some point maybe we could possibly explore IB.
Rivera Middle explored IB. They were looking at the middle years program. We definitely could explore again, but when they explored it, it wasn't something that they chose to pursue. Was it? We also, I believe, originally when El Rancho became IB, STEAM also uh, attended one of the trainings and also explored, and it wasn't a fit for them either. So we've tried at two of our three middle schools. We could explore with North Park, but it hasn't been a fit for our site so far.
I think that maybe I'm hoping that we consider maybe back again at STEAM, especially if we're not going to be doing PBL anymore. And again, with the articulation from middle school to high school, we have an IB program at the high school. I've seen schools, districts that have it at the elementary level as well. Again, just to strengthen our programs and to provide some additional articulation. I mean, any of the three middle schools, but if we could possibly look at it, if there's consensus, I think it would be great.
Yeah, consensus. Yes.
Thank you. That was it.
Any other comments? Hearing none, 14M, receive for first reading revised board policy and administrative regulation 6142.1, sexual health and HIV/AIDS prevention instruction. Any board comments? Hearing none, 14N, receive for first reading revised board policy and administrative regulation 6142.8, comprehensive health education. Any board comments? Hearing none, 14O, receive for first reading revised board policy 6142.91, reading/language arts instruction. Board comments? Hearing none, 14P, receive for first reading revised board policy 6142.94, history, social science instruction. Any board comments? Hearing none, 14Q, receive for first reading revised board policy and administrative regulation 6143, courses of study. Board comments? Hearing none, 14R, receive for first reading revised board policy and administrative regulation 6145.2, athletic competition. Board comments? Hearing none, 14S, receive for first reading revised administrative regulation and exhibit 6146.2, certificate of proficiency slash high school equivalency. Board comments? Hearing none. 14T, receive for first reading revised board policy and administrative regulation 6158, independent study. Any board comments? Hearing none. 14U, receive for first reading revised board policy 6170.1, transitional kindergarten. Any board comments? Hearing none. 14V, receive for first reading revised board policy and administrative regulation 6174, education for English learners. Any board comments? Hearing none. 14W, receive for first reading revised board policy 6178.1, work-based learning. Board comments?
Not a comment on the policy, if I may, but just a
Yes,
question.
of
I
course.
know that for work-based learning, we had that opportunity with Rio Hondo, the AJCC. Just wondering if we can get an update on that since we're getting reviewing the policy. Thank you.
Any additional comments? Hearing none. 14X, receive for first reading board bylaw 9224, oath of or affirmation. Any board comments? Hearing none. 14Y, receive for first reading board bylaw 9260, legal protection. Any board comments?
No comment, but just a quick question. For the second reading, these will be clean. Okay, thank you. That was-
We didn't get to Z. We got to Y, but there is no almost there. That was a long one.
Have some water.
Yeah, please. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to item 15, comments and reports by superintendent and cabinet.
Hey, good evening, everyone. And I'd like to this evening congratulate Mrs. Isela Castañon, our Director of Secondary Education. She was nominated and selected as the Association of California School Administrators Whittier Charter Administrator of the Year for Curriculum and Instruction. Yay! Well deserved. Good job. And I'd also like to announce, and we're extremely proud of Mr. David Sermeno, our Salazar High School principal. He also received the Whittier Charter recognition, but also advanced to the next level and will represent Region 15, the largest region in California, as the Alternative Education Administrator of the Year. He will be moving on to the state level. Both administrators will be recognized at the AXA Region 15 Spring Awards Banquet on April 15th. Good job and congratulations. I'm so proud to be working with both of you. Another celebration that I'd like to share about this week, we attended, actually it was was it last week on Friday? We attended the Whittier Area School Administrators Community Service Award Breakfast. And we honored Mrs. Josie Ramirez and Mr. Salvador Ramirez for their incredible dedication to our band boosters at our Rancho High School. Ms. Ramirez is not only a dedicated teacher in our district, but she and her husband have also dedicated their time to providing leadership and service to our students, making a huge difference in securing safe, efficient transportation for our students, among many other things. We thank them and appreciate them for their service. So if you see them out there, please make sure that you congratulate her and thank her because she's in the classroom, but she and her husband are also out of the classroom doing tons of work for not only their kids, but for everyone's kids. I'd also like to mention, as Ms. Chavez Diaz mentioned earlier in her presentation, our middle schools will host a math and science pathway night where families will learn about the many pathways available to them at our Rancho High School in the area of math and science. STEAM Academy at Burke hosted last week. Tonight was Rivera Middle School, and North Park will be next week. In addition, family nights are scheduled for our incoming middle school students on March 3rd at North Park, March 4th at STEAM, and March 5th at Rivera. So please put that in your calendar. They all start at 5 o'clock. And lastly, our School of Choice opens up this month on February 24th. If you live in our community and are interested in having your child attend a school other than your school of residence, you may apply for a spot in your school of choice. In addition, TK and Kinder Roundup will also open up on the 24th, and you may register your child. If your child turns 4 on or before September 21st, I'm sorry, September 1st, 2026, or will turn 5 on or before September 1st, 2026, you may register for the 26-27 school year. Please go to your school's website or the district website or just call them. Remember, we have a school for every child. Uh, Last thing I want to say is I want to extend our sincere thank you to the El Rancho Federation of Teachers and Mr. Matthews for your thoughtful collaboration in developing our proposed 26-27 school year that will be considered this evening. We're very thankful that we have something on the agenda this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Soto Delgado. Moving on to item 16, Board of Education announcements and acknowledgements. Start with Trustee Contreras.
Yes, give me 1 second to bring it up. All right, here we go. I'll be trying to be short with it. So January 24th, Family Connect meeting, where we had breakfast and breakout session. Parents were very engaged. A special thank you to our guest speaker, Mr. Obi Vasquez. Was very inspirational, and he really hit home on a lot of topics about staying positive, believing in yourself, and one community with endless possibilities. One other comment that he made that really impressed me, and it makes a lot of sense. Dress to how you want to be addressed. So that really stayed in me. It was instilled in me. You made a great point with it. January 30th, the Dodgers Love LA visit, as was mentioned prior by one of the ASB presidents, where the Dodgers visited our campus at El Rancho. Students got the opportunity to interact with team members and do a lot of fun activities with them. I want to say a big thank you to 92.3 and everyone else who took part in putting this together. And go Dodgers. Boys and Girls Club, Youth of the Year. Congratulations to both Anthony Rodriguez and Aaron Aguirre for their speeches and for sharing their stories. Stories that were very heartfelt, very inspirational, and I wish them both luck in the future. And last but not least, congratulations to the boys and girls soccer and girls basketball for making it into the CIF finals, CIF playoffs, I should say. Um, you all represented the ranch with pride, and I'm very proud of the student athletes, coaches, and parents for another successful year. Go Dons. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. Trustee Perez.
Good evening. First off, I missed this, not virtually, but I miss being on the board. Time flew. My baby actually turned 6 months today. So thank you to my husband and parents for helping me take care of her. And just education has always been a big passion of mine, and even more now, becoming a parent. It's huge. So I'm coming back with excitement, ideas. I already want to reach out to city to see what we can do together. Because even though I was away from the meetings, I was still watching the online meetings. I was still trying to attend some, just as a community member. I wanted to give a huge shout out to the early childhood program. Miss Natalia, Miss Blanca, Miss Vivian at Rio Vista, just seeing the kids. My nephew's 3. He's only 3, and he's already writing and reading. And so just it echoes how much, we're doing in this district and how it just really, really impacts and just highlights how important all these programs are. So I just want to throw a huge shout out to that team. Thank you for just getting them ready and their future dawns. I do want to shout out, I wasn't able to go, but shout out to Salazar. One of my goals was to really push for esports, and so it just makes me so happy. Their Fortnite team, they beat Sierra Vista High School 1-0. And then the Rocket League, I saw that they're going to be playing on Thursday. And just the fact that they're both undefeated in the preseason. They were saying against other states like Oregon, Washington State, and Wisconsin. I'm so excited for Salzar, and I'm so excited for our ranch to get theirs going. I'm excited for the middle schools to get their going and just to really increase that excitement. I want to end with, education is not just about math and English in the classroom, it's also about health and knowledge. February is National Cancer Prevention, and I know I've been big about sharing about the BRCA2 gene and my personal experience in breast cancer. But I also want to share about a friend of mine who actually unfortunately passed away a month ago, Andrea Andrade. She was 35 years old and she died from, unfortunately, from colon cancer. And I just, any way to prevent it, she always echoed about education, about being mindful of what we eat, getting checkups. You don't have to wait till you're 45, or it's not only in male, she was female and she was very young. So I just, any way I can share knowledge to educate us, just please, please, please get checked. And I'm asking the board if at the end we can do a moment of silence for her because she had so much contributions to her community. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Perez. Trustee Mejia?
Thank you. Welcome back, Board Member Perez Covarrubias. So happy to have you back. Today I'm wearing red in honor of the February American Heart Month, and I just want to remind everyone to take time for self-care to keep your heart healthy. Um, I attended a lot of events this past month, but I just want to say how proud I am of all the school sites for their kindness weeks. They had so many creative events that they had. It was really awesome to see. So the Dodgers Love LA rally was amazing, such an amazing experience for our students. It was so fun. But I also was able to connect with Bank of America, the representative that was there, and she did mention that they provide free financial literacy, gamification, and I went ahead and looped our superintendent with her so they can connect. Um, the Rising Dawn night was amazing. I was able to visit some of the CTE classes, Rio Hondo's auto class, and also the construction class. Saw a lot of engaged students and Rising Dawns that were interested in those classes. I want to congratulate our winter sports team. Watch some amazing, exciting soccer games, nail biters, very exciting. And I also want to congratulate them for making the playoffs and also want to congratulate our boys and girls wrestlers who qualified for CIF. The little libraries were, I was able to attend STEAM Academy and South Ranchitos ribbon cuttings. I just want to thank Trustee Saavedra for her continued advocacy and getting these libraries going. Two announcements. Pico Rivera Chamber of Commerce is having a women's empowerment luncheon on March 6th, where our very own superintendent, Ms. Dora Soto Delgado, will be part of the speakers panel. And also, Rio Hondo Family is having a Family STEM Festival on March 7th. I am looking forward to the Read Across America events next month at our schools. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Trustee Saavedra?
Okay. I don't normally write things down, but I'm a little bit under the weather, so I wrote down everything, and it was a lot. So I was able to go to Salazar and welcome welcome back, Trustee Perez. When I saw the esports, you were the first person I thought of, and I thought of a lot of people that have driven that, and so man, just to see those students in that classroom was, I mean, just to see that classroom, uh, those students being number 9 out of 90 in a league is amazing. Like I could never do that. Like challenge you guys. I told them we might come back as a board challenge to see, play against each other. But I want to thank everybody that took part with a Family Connect. I know that there was a lot of hands, a lot of hearts that went behind putting that together. So just thank you very much. It was such an engaging experience. It was, Ovi Vasquez, he did great. There's just so many spaces for parents, like with the PK right now that's going on. I welcome and I would like to see more of it. That's what we're always pushing for here. So Rising Dawn Night was awesome. I did visit both of the CTE with construction and with auto, and the construction kids, obviously I went over there just to tell them thank you, all they're doing with the little everything that they did for the little libraries, and their eyes just lit up, the ones that I talked to, and they're like, oh miss, yeah, they're so cool. And it was so nice, it was so nice to see that. So I went to an event that LACO had for science, and the person that was doing the event gave me a mug and said a special shout out to El Rancho because she loves us. And so this shout out goes to Miss Odell. Uh, and Miss Summer Party, I'm gonna go ahead and also shout her out because she won a literacy award, and I have the name of it, and that is the Beth Dalton Literacy Leadership Award. So congratulations to Miss Summer Party. I attended a couple of the games, the soccer games, always awesome. I love soccer. So there is a track meet this Saturday, people, this Saturday at the ranch. So come on down. I went to Super Quiz a couple weeks ago in Rosemead. That was so exciting. So if you guys have never attended a Super Quiz event, I highly recommend it. Um, the Boys and Girls Club event was awesome. Congratulations again to those students and to Eugene. Um, I'm really excited about all the things that are coming through the ELOP program, and I wanted to give a special thank you to Miss Gisela Castañon and to Miss Sylvia Vela Amaya. Um, I visited South Ranchito as well. They had the bug vector van that day, and we went in the classroom, and uh, Miss Patron showed me a couple of the classrooms, and it's just amazing the stuff that they're doing and the things that they're learning and the grants that we're getting and the partnerships that we have. That I think that if I wasn't a board member, I wouldn't have walked into that classroom and ever found out what they were doing, right? So there's just a lot of good stuff. I went to McGee and I checked out their newscast that they have on Friday. That was so exciting. Last Friday, Bernie had their sweetheart dance. So that was a lot of fun. It was very well attended. And that is it. But before I sign off, congratulations to Krista and Marissa, El Rancho High School wrestlers who advanced to masters. Congratulations and good luck to Coach Wynn and Coach Yescas. And I wish you guys all the best. And that's about it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Saavedra. Some of this will be repetitive because we've been all of us kind of at the same events and functions. We did have an ad hoc safety committee meeting since our last meeting, and although I was participating by phone, I just know that the good work is being done to create additional strategies to keep our students and staff safe at our schools. And I just want to thank you, Trustee Saavedra, for holding down the fort and being present for as a board member. Excuse me, my notes have disappeared. Okay, so just appreciate the leadership of our chief and our superintendent Soto Delgado to move safety in the right direction. Rising Dawn's night for me, the biggest takeaway was it felt alive. I don't know another way to explain it, but just having it contained in that area, it felt like everybody stayed for a long time. No one was eager to leave. I mean, when you walk around at what was 7 o'clock, people were still there. Things were still happening. It was like, wow, okay, people want to be here. I think we leveraged the sports complex. It was visible. It was there. We heard with 70 students signed up for football. So, I mean, just, there was a really positive energy. So thank you to the staff who put it together because it does take a lot to put on an event like that. But just comparing it to the previous years, this one was very robust. So very well done. we did attend the Youth of the Year event. I think what they elevated to compared to last year was a bigger space, which was great. So they have room to grow. But then they also brought this year, they had Congressman Linda Sanchez and Bob Archuleta, Senator Archuleta be part of the program. The Supervisor Han's office was there. So they're really elevated and they were part of the presentation of the awards, and that wasn't done in previous years. So it was great to see that recognition for the students at another level. And being appreciated, and the electeds got to speak and recognize the students as well. So that was fantastic, and of course, congratulations to our students to getting to the point in the finals. I did attend the Valencia Little Library ribbon cutting along with Trustee Saavedra and our superintendent, and it was just vibrant opportunity to promote literacy, and our students were there. That the students who've read the most were there, got recognized and applauded. So that was a nice community there. I did attend the Salazar soon after that with Trustee Saavedra as well. And, got to visit the ATP program. Esports Lab is amazing. Um, so, and then our virtual learners were there doing an arts program, which is fantastic as well. So students we don't see a lot, but it was great to walk in and see them experiencing. I think they were doing clay, right? Molding clay, which was great. Pottery, which is awesome. Family Connect event, it keeps elevating. I'm personally, this is probably the best speaker we've had since I've attended, engaging in so many ways, and his message was right on point. I think our superintendent thought, well, this guy's underdressed for the event, but when he took off his costume and brought out that power suit, we knew why, right? But just an incredible message. I know there was a debrief, right, and on how we can keep improving, but this one was really fun. Um, you know, celebrating Dodgers Live LA with our students. What a treat for our students. They just kind of took over that gym. I know the Dodgers were like trying to be strict about stuff, but our students said, "Hey, YOLO, you only live once. Go take pictures with the Dodgers." But it was just a fantastic recognition, not only for the Dodgers, but of our school community. And I'm glad they came to you know Blue Pride. Their Blue Pride, our Blue Pride was all in alignment. And just want to thank the city for electeds coming out, Congresswoman Sanchez also coming out. And then just to close, yes, our our soccer, wrestling, and girls basketball did make CIF. Just want to thank them and the coaches for their perseverance and keep going. And then we're moving on now to other sports in the winter. So best of luck to all our teams moving forward. And that concludes my report. Thank you very much. Okay, item 17, consent agenda. Do we have any additional items to be pulled for discussion? Okay, hearing none, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. We'll do a roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez.
There's no one over the age of 18 in the room, and yes.
Thank you. Trustee Contreras. Is he still on?
Oh, I don't think he can.
He dropped off. Hold on. He just sent a text message. He had to log out. So he had to log out.
Okay.
So the motion passes. How do we capture his?
He left then 12.
Okay, so still majority vote, and the motion passes. Okay, moving on to, bear with me, because there we had a lot of consent agenda items. Item 18, new business. 18A, Superintendent's Office. Approve a conference attendance opportunity to the California School Boards Association and the Association of California School Administrators Coast to Coast Federal Advocacy Event in Washington, D.C. The California School Boards Association and the Association of California School Board Administrators are hosting a 3-day event in our nation's capital. The event will begin with a day of education policy issues specific to California, a briefing.
Go ahead and have a revision.
Oh, okay. Finish the.
Yeah, so you can finish.
A briefing on the latest politics affecting federal education policy and a networking opportunity with prominent educators. Up to 3 Board of Education members to be selected to attend. You have a
I have a
update?
revision to this item. We've deleted the CSBA Delegates Assembly nominees bio sketch should not have been included.
That's the
we're
next
not on
one.
that
That's the next one.
This is
This is to coast to coast.
My apologies.
That's okay. But we will note that there's a revision on this one. So in terms of the 3 board members, I'd like to nominate myself to attend this year. Are there any nominations or self-nominations?
Thank you.
Can I? Oh, I don't know if you can see me or not. Sorry.
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Or I'll wait for you to call me. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Are you raising your hands to attend?
Me?
Yes.
Oh,
Trustee
yeah.
Contreras?
Sorry. Yeah. Yes. I nominate myself as well. Possible.
Okay. Trustee Mejia, a nomination for yourself?
I went last year. It's okay if we both go.
Okay. So the motion is to um, have Trustee Lafarga and Trustee attend the Coast to Coast. We have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
No one over the age of 18, and yes.
and yes for myself. Motion passes. And Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. Okay, item 18. 2026 California School Boards Association CSBA Delegate Assembly election. I think this is where you had
Yes, sorry. Yes. On this one, there is a revision to the item, deleting the CSBA Delegates Assembly nominees bio sketch should not have been included.
thank you. So the El Rancho Unified District is within CSBA's Delegate Assembly Region 24, Southwest Crescent, Los Angeles County, which has 6 seats available for election this year. The board is requested to vote for persons to fill these seats from the list of candidates CSBA has provided, each candidate's biographical sketch and/or resume. The names of newly elected delegates will be available on CSBA's website, www.csba.org, by May 1st, 2026. Do I read out each of the candidates?
Yes, and
Okay.
it should be a public vote, correct?
Okay.
Correct.
John Contreras, El Rancho Unified School District. Esther Mejia, El Rancho Unified School District. Tyrone Conde Downey Unified School District. Andrew Lackman, Culver City Unified School District. Jaime Lopez, Whittier Union High School District. Alicia Mignano, Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District. And Phillips Lawndale School District. Is that elementary school district? Irma Rodriguez Moisa, Whittier Union High School District. Linda Salaman Saldana, Downey Unified School District. May I have a motion to approve?
Actually, we need to select.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry. You're right. We do the motion first. So moved.
A second.
And then we select.
Okay, we select as a board.
Six.
Well, John Contreras and Esther Mejia.
I like to suggest Jaime Lopez, Whittier Union.
Yes. Jaime Lopez.
And since Ms. Rodriguez Moisa is also Whittier Union.
Yes. What are our neighbors in Downey?
Linda.
Linda. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more
And Phillips.
from Londale. So the recommendation from the board is to elect John Contreras, Esther Mejia, Jaime Lopez, Ann Phillips, Irma Rodriguez Moisa, and Linda Salomon Saldana. May I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, we already had them.
We're good.
Wait, good. Another one?
Very specific.
right.
Okay.
So moved.
Roll call vote. Trustee Perez,
No one over the age of, sorry, it's long. No one over the age of 18 in the room, and yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Motion passes. Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. 18.3, receive for second reading and adopt revised board policy and administrative regulation 1250, visitors, outsiders. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
No one over the age of 18, and yes.
and yes for myself. Motion passes. Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. Item 18.4, receive for second reading and adopt board policy and administrative regulation 1340, access to district records. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
No one over the age of 18 in the room, and yes.
and myself vote. Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. Motion passes. 18.5, receive for second reading and adopt revised board policy 4112.8, employment of relatives. May I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
No one over 18 in the room, and yes.
and myself, yes. Motion passes. Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. 18B, Division of Student Support Services. Item 1, receive for second reading and adopt board policy and administrative regulation 1445, response to immigration enforcement. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
No one over the age of 18 in the room, and yes.
and myself, yes. Motion passes. Sorry, I'm losing it here. Motion passes. Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. B2, receive for second reading and adopt revised administrative regulation 3516.1, fire drill and fires. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
No one over the age of 18 in the room, yes.
and myself, yes. Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. Item 3, receive for second reading and adopt board policy and administrative regulation 5125, student records. May I have a motion?
So moved.
A second.
Second?
Any discussion? Hearing none. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
No one over the age of 18 in the room, yes.
and myself, yes. Motion passes. Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. Item 4, receive for second reading and adopt board policy and administrative regulation 5125.1, release of directory information. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
No one over the age of 18 in the room, yes.
And myself, yes. Motion passes. Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. Item 5, receive for second reading and deletion of board policy and administrative regulation 5145.13, response to immigration enforcement. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
No one in the room over 18, and yes.
and myself, yes. Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. 18C, Division of Educational Services. Item 1, receive for second reading and adopt revised board policy 0440, District Technology Plan, and deletion of Administrative Regulation 0440, District Technology Plan. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Just real quick on this one. I know that we have a technology plan already. Just if you can have an update when we'll revisit it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Any additional comments? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
No one over the age of 18 in the room, yes.
myself, yes, and Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. C2, receive for second reading and adopt revised board policy and administrative regulation 0450, comprehensive safety plan. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
No one over the age of 18 in the
and myself, yes. And Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. C3, receive for second reading and adopt revised board policy 6142.93, science instruction. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
No one in the room over age 18, and yes.
and myself, yes. Motion passes. Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. Item D, Division of Business Services. Adopt resolution number 162025-2026, finding the El Rancho High School Science Building Project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act and approving the filing of a notice of exemption. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Just quick comment.
Yes.
Very excited that this continuing with the progress and excited for the building and the groundbreaking to come. Thank you.
Well said, Trustee Mejia. Any additional comments? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
No one over the age of 18 in the room, yes.
and myself, yes. And Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. D2, receive for second reading and adopt board policy and administrative regulation 3311, bids. May I have a motion?
Move. So move.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez.
No one over the age of 18, yes.
Thank you. Myself, yes. And Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. D3, receive for second reading and adopt administrative regulation 3311.3, design build contracts. May I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
No one in the room above the age of 18, yes.
and myself, yes. And Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. Item 4, receive for second reading and adopt administrative regulation and exhibit 3512, equipment. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
No one in the room over 18, yes.
Thank you, and myself, yes. And Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. Item 5, receive for second reading and adopt Board Policy 3540, Transportation. May I have a motion?
So moved. For second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
No one over the age of 18 in the room, yes.
and myself, yes. Motion passes, and Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. Lucky me, I get to do all these readings of. Let me catch my breath. Water, water. Okay. Moving on to item 19, recommendations for future agenda items. Board members, Trustee Saavedra?
Okay. Hi. Thank you. Hi. Sorry. Um, so I would like to see if the kids from the pathway, the construction pathway, could be recognized here formally for the work on the little libraries. And maybe we could even work with the schools that got the little library and or maybe the school they attended and have them like write a thank you card or something because a lot of them did talk about, oh, I used to come to this school and now they're gonna have this. So just like, push that full circle moment. I know we've talked about the Olympics and reaching out to the city and stuff. I just wanted to point out that Bob Archuleta was put on the state committee for that. So, about having some kind of a community outreach there with him. On that note, I wanted to see if there was any way that maybe we could have like neighborhood night runs, like use the track on Wednesdays. It's open to the community to just come and walk or run or whatever. And then that way those people could also, oh, by the way, I'm looking at this wonderful facility now. I'm checking out other stuff that's going on. Um, uh, if we could talk to the city about using Channel 3 more, especially now that we have School of Choice opening up. It's opening up for all districts, not just us. So I think we really need to take advantage of that time that we have right now. Um, if we could get an update on ATP and if it's gonna be moving. I know there's been talks for like years, possibly upgrading their facilities. So just FYI, the construction pathway, they did build a working model of a bathroom and a kitchen, and it looks great. And I know that the ATP, they got their stuff like from Lowe's a long time ago. So hopefully maybe we could do something in partnership with them or for them. And then I know there was a request for an update on the tech plan. And I want to say that's it for me, but I don't think it is. But thank you.
I think these are more like
More like
informational.
informational, and
I'll second that.
yeah.
You're right. Thank you,
Thank
Trustee
you.
Saavedra. Trustee Mejia?
Yes, thank you. I just have three items. I know I asked for the phone policy. That's what I said last month, but want to make it official to request the mobile communication devices policy 5131.8 that was adopted as part of the global adoption. I'm aware of that. However, I believe that we need to increase awareness and also involve our education stakeholders to review it as well. May I have a second?
Second.
The second one is another request information status on the MOU with the Rio Hondo AJCC for the port development. They get paid. Oh, okay. Thank you. And then just the third one is just want to make it an official request to explore the flag football and speech and debate for ELO for the upcoming school year.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Trustee Perez?
Yeah, so I know we talked about in the presentation for the Boys and Girls Club, and it's not No rush, but I just wanted some information. It's like a board update in the future on what that automatic membership would look like for students to be in a Boys and Girls Club from the high school. If I can get a second.
Second.
Thank you. And then there, one of the pitches when we wanted to start Eat Sports, specifically at Salazar from this other program, they mentioned that it increased attendance because students find like they had a purpose to go to school. Like that was what drove them. So I'm just curious if we could reach out to Salazar to see if they've seen an information item, if they have seen any increase in attendance due to the esports. If I can get a second.
Second.
And that's all. Oh, sorry. No, there's one more. Sorry. I'm sorry, Hector. If I don't know what it's, I don't know if it's an informational item or maybe a discussion topic in the future. In the labor announcements, there was a concern about AI, right? And every school district is facing the same thing. But several school districts created an AI committee. I think we had one, I believe. But I'm actually asking this time if we can do maybe a board ad hoc AI committee to partner with the unions, the district to see, just so that we're all in the same place. I can get a second.
Second.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Perez, and welcome back again. For myself, wanted to request what the process is for sites, especially the high school, to um, request ELO funds to support enrichment activities. And the reason I'm bringing this up, at the Rising Dawns night, I did have a conversation with Mr. Rush and the band, which, by the way, they were huge numbers and doing great in their performance. But the conversation was him wanting his band to experience field trips, related to band and music. And I'm not sure if he was aware that these opportunities may exist through ELO funding, et cetera. So maybe just kind of how we're promoting it, or if we're not, or how do teachers know that this money is available? How do money is available for them to provide enrichment activities, especially at the high school? If I can have a second.
Second.
Thank you. Along the lines of flag football, I did want to just inform the board that there was a referral that came through Councilmember Garcia to have an exploratory conversation about starting a flag football league here in our city. And I passed that information on to our superintendent and to Geo, and I think there's going to be a follow-up conversation. So just requesting, once that conversation does take place, and see what the synergies are to have field space provided for them, or whether it's even just kicking off a clinic, whatever it is. You guys are going to talk about all the possibilities. I'm super excited. They have a very successful league in Whittier, but a lot of even our Rancho alum is a former Rancho employee, and a lot of the coaches that coach here help him coach over there. So we got to start a football league here, like football league, especially for the interest that we had with our girls as well. So just when that meeting happens, just to request a board update for the board to loop everybody in. If I can have a second.
Second.
Um, the other piece for me was just, and this is reflecting on ERFT's comments today, Lil's, if we can get a report of what the actual number is of employees that left, because that was news to me, and how much and why, and those things.
Second.
Yeah. Thank you. And the last piece was just a follow up on the invitation for the water district, and see how we can coordinate around that and support. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, it's right here? Okay, got it. It's
on the.
Okay, it's right. Perfect. I didn't open it. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. All right. So we're now on item 20 to adjourn the meeting. I know, Trustee Perez, may I have the name of your relative?
Thank you. And Andrea Andrade.
Andrea
Andrade.
Andrade. let me just gather my notes. Okay. So before we formally adjourn the board meeting, we will be closing in honor of a few folks and have a moment of silence in honor of Andrea Andrade and her passing. Irma de la Rosa, retired adult school principal, served 32 years in our district. Lori Dominguez, retired cafeteria manager at McGee Academy, formerly McGee, from McGee Academy, sorry, redundant. And the Reverend Jesse Jackson for his recent passing and his leadership in the civil rights movement. So if we can just have a few moments of silence, please. Thank you very much. So now we'll move to adjourn the regular Board of Education meeting of February 17th, 2026. It is now 10:39. May I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved. Second.
Thank you very much. Call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yeah.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
Sorry. No one over the age of 18. Oh, yes.
and myself, yes. And Trustee Contreras is absent for this vote. Thank you very much, everyone.
Just Perez, all of us over 18 say goodnight.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
She just gave it to me. That's it. That's what we call it. And no closed session. Thank you.